Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to the beginning of stream. I was almost on time. I mean, I'm on time as far as the exclamation stream command is concerned, but I think there is a invisible force field that keeps me from being able to turn my stream on before 3 p.m. Pacific. There's always a reason. Welcome back. We're gonna play some SimCity 4 today. This is close enough to the early end. We're closer to 3 than 4. I'll take it. What's up, Rhodey? Ice Cream Bar, Dorito, Disillusioned, Arias, Avarax, Secret Warriors back, Potato Elijah, welcome. Cobra Blue, thanks for the 55 months. Beginning a stream sub. Orkim, howdy. What's up, Durf, Meslo, Chillin' Sicilian, Saragoth, some Maori dude? What up? Sorry, I had to do a double take. Hello, She's Worse. This is the wrong SimCity soundtrack. You can't. I like them all. I like them all. You can't pick a favorite. Fair enough. It's your fault for not using more capital letters, okay? So I put the blame squarely on you. Yeah, we had a nice couple day, I guess, interval. I don't know if that's the right word. For, making some space to play some Dredge. Finished up Dredge as a complete package yesterday. Awesome 2-stream game. I love a good 2-stream game. And I think it's been a while since we had one of those. Chat, what was the last game that we did of, like, okay, besides, like, Hearts of Iron 4, which is repeatable, yeah. What's the last, like, story campaign game that we saw all the way through? I might have to wait a while for the answer to that. I'm actually looking at my Steam library, and I'm at October of last year when we last played Caves of Cud and Terra Invicta, so neither of those. We finished a full campaign of Crusader Kings 3 in September of 22, but that isn't really a story game per se. It's a game that has stories. Dude. I'm at March of 2022 and I'm not certain. I didn't finish Tunic. That was our last opportunity, I think. Tunic in March. We played 7 hours. It was a good game. When was Cult of the Lamb? I don't know if I want to know the answer to this. When was Cult of the Lamb? Was that August of last year? Whew, yeah, it was Cult of the Lamb. Oh my. Cult of the Lamb was more than a 2-stream game, but that's still, I think that still definitely counts. It has an ending, it has a credits. It has a fin. I don't know if that is a testament more to how, if we're picky, or that there really haven't been many games like that that have come out in the last 6+ months. Outer Worlds? We've never played Outer Worlds. We did play Outer Wilds, but that was much longer ago, chat. I also can't find it because that was on, the other service. I was gonna say EA, that's not Origin, Epic. That's Epic, so I don't know when that was. When was Far Changing Tides? That was also March of last year. I don't remember when Outer Wilds expansion released, but that was before Cult of the Lamb, I'm pretty sure. Hearts of Iron 4 is not going well. Democratic Germany, just accidentally nuked Canada, also democratic, by clicking on the button. Like, I wonder what options I have. You accidentally, with your closest right-hand man, turned both of the keys on the nuclear football at the same time. The last thing that was reportedly heard inside of the office was, click out of 1, 2 is binding. We're gonna take a trip down nostalgia lane today, chat. We only got to play like 2 hours of this new region, so we got a lot of work to do. Yo, does this thing work? Okay, it works. You guys... Sorry, I mean to shake you. It like wiggles back and forth when I turn it on and off. Anyway, what's up? But no, you click on the nuke button, you launch the nukes in Hearts of Iron 4. That's just the way it works, apparently. I still need to go back and play some more of the last stream campaign. Because I think there was still some more stuff I can do that would have been redundant, I think, to do on stream, but it would still be fun for me to make number go up. Just silently, just staring at the screen in the darkness. Today's a great day in Vegas to just be sitting in the dark, not talking to you, and huddled up in a blanket somewhere. It's like rainy, it's 49 degrees outside, that almost cold temperature, just very chilly, wet, rainy, dark, ominous dark gray clouds just hanging high overhead, and just sit there and let the drool roll down your chin while you silently grind away at your favorite game of choice. I'm chatting from a Kohl's. How long have you been in the dressing room just watching streams? Make sure you watch where you're going down each aisle. I wouldn't want you to bump in anyone. Your other option is just to turn your speaker on your phone up to maximum so that other shoppers can be entertained by the stream while they're shopping as well. And or yes, put all the TVs in your office on twitch.tv/Edelix. Eatelix. But Hearts of Iron's good. We'll do some more of that in the not-too-distant future. It's also, I think, the first time... I know it took months to get to this point, but I think it's the first time an expansion came out, and we've played all of the nations in that expansion. That's value. Because I think, what was it before that? No Step Back? No Step Back, when it came out, we haven't played as the Soviets, but more importantly, there were 3 smaller nations, and I think, which ones did we play as? Well, there were 5. That one was actually pretty packed, because we played as Poland. I don't remember the Polish campaign, and then there were the Baltics, and I'm trying to remember which of the Baltics did we play. We for sure played Estonia. For sure. And I think that there was one that squeaked between the cracks. We may have played Lithuania. I don't think we played Latvia. I don't know. It was one or both of those we didn't play. I wouldn't mind doing another small campaign. Did we do the Czech? We'd done the Czech a long time ago. It was just sort of like a hold the line, build up the walls. I don't think we lived. I think we lost that one. That was a shorter campaign. But we don't usually get to play like all of the different nations. Because before that, was that Bosporus before No Step Back? And then Bosporus was a bit rough, in my opinion. That's probably my least favorite of the DLCs, to be honest. But then again, I haven't played Bulgaria. So I have not tried Bulgaria. But I didn't really... I tried Greece a few times, and I found it just stressful and not in a fun way. And I did not like the Turkish campaign. Turkey campaign was confusing and convoluted, and it felt like spinning a bunch of plates, but nothing actually happened. You kind of just, like, sit there. What OST is playing right now? SimCity 2013, actually, which I would like to play in the future. Are you gonna go back to the Graveyard Keeper? Probably. Still installed. That's the marker of that's sort of just like, I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but Graveyard Keeper is kind of a filler game. As in, that is to say, it's been out long enough that the new car smell is gone. We just drive it around because it's fun to drive around. You know? SimCity 4 is sort of like that too. Except in SimCity 4's case, SimCity 4 is explicitly still new to me. So it's like, it's been refurbished in this analogy. And if there's a new game that's brand new and like catches my interest, like Dredge, we sort of scooch the other games aside to make room for that, which is what we did the last couple of days. And I really liked it, and it's out today. And I think it's on Switch and other platforms. Obviously PC. Would definitely recommend Dredge. Very impressed by it. So that was a fun, dare I say, chat, what are the best games? Dredge would definitely make the list of top games of the year. It's only March, but what's come out this year? It's a short list. That's why it's easily at the top of that. What happened? What's happened in 3 months? We're a fourth of the way. We're 25% through the year. What's happened? I guess a Fire Emblem game came out this year. I didn't play that. Resident Evil 4, Fire Emblem, Resident Evil. I don't know if I count Metroid Prime Remastered because that game is a remake of a game that exists. Hi-Fi Rush, people seem to like. That was January. I need to play that still. I'm going to play that for fun, I think, in my own free time. Because I think that's fairly short. Should be doable. Like a Dragon-ish game? Yeah. So there's been a few things. There's been a few. You count Resident Evil, but not Metroid Prime. Yeah, because in my eyes, chat, in my eyes, a Nintendo remaster is sort of like, the textures are HD now, but like a Capcom remaster is like, we made the same game, but we made it from scratch. The Resident Evil 4 was over here, the original one, and then on this side we started with a blank slate and rebuilt it from the ground up. Like, to me, it's like, it's a new game, even though it's an old game. Whereas Metroid Prime, in my eyes, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is sort of just like, well, it's the same game that you know and love, but the textures are upscaled, then we did some of the particle effects over again. Isn't that the difference between a remaster and a remake? Yeah, I would say so. I think that Metroid is a remaster, and Resident Evil 4 is a remake. In my eyes, it is different. So yeah, there's been a few things. We have some stuff to look forward to. Let's see, best games. Okay, Polygon actually has an article on best games of 2023 so far. I'm just trying to remind myself. The reason that I talk about this and harp on it is because it creates core memories in my mind that help me discern the passage of time. So I can be like, oh yeah, that did come out this year. And I can quantify what it means to live in 2023, if that makes sense. So it doesn't all just pass in a blur. Okay, so they say Resident Evil 4 Remake, a game I've never heard of, Tchia, open world adventure game in a fictional version of an island nation, New Caledonia. Another game I've never heard of, Patch Quest. There's another game I've never heard of these games. Paranormicite: The Seven Mysteries of Honjo. Phantom Brigade is on that list, which I skipped over, even though it looked kind of fun. It looked kind of fun. It just looked... It didn't look stylized enough for me. Like, that is to say, the graphics seemed passable and fine, but the mechs themselves didn't have any character to draw me in. Like, they're very... okay. This is an insult, and I don't mean to be harsh. The like, mech designs in Phantom Brigade, to me, look like if I went to the store and bought a minifigure assembly kit that was unpainted, and then put it together and said, painting it's too much work. Like, it reminds me of, like, stock gray minifigure assembly. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you could put them in a mech lineup, and I don't think I could pick them out from another thing. Wolong, Polygon likes Wolong. I haven't heard anybody in chat talk about it. I forgot Company of Heroes 3 even came out, because I feel like I don't want to get invested in something that... I feel like Company of Heroes 3 was more angled towards multiplayer, and I want just a full single-player experience, and they did have, like, a new single-player mode, but apparently it was the AI was very buggy in it. I do actually want to play Octopath Traveler 2, because a couple people that I respect on social media said that it was the greatest RPG they've ever played in their entire life, and therefore... And I've been in a very RPG mood recently, so I might actually give that a try at some point. Dead Space was a remake that came out that I just skipped. Fire Emblem Engage. Marvel's Midnight Suns released last year. Okay, so not that much. Chat says Octopath Traveler 2 is incredible. It's in my top 3 RPGs, and I've played a lot. I believe you. I've seen a number of people say that. I was put off by the first. Would it be the same but made better? That's basically what I've heard, is that the first game was passable and the second game is like somehow superior in every way. I haven't played either, so I'm not the person to ask, but that's what I've heard. If you're gonna play a JRPG, you gotta play... Okay, is it Live Alive? Like, live a... I always say it Live Alive. Is that how you say it? I did catch the trailer for what I think is Live Alive, but I saw it muted on my phone, and I was like, ooh, I want to play that. So it looks really good. Because I never played, because I think it's a play on words for, like, live a life, live alive, because of the whole point of the game is it goes through, like, every possible era of human history. It's like, we got medieval times, we have near future, way in the future, different eras in Japanese history, Chinese princess, the Wild West. It's like all over the place. So it did look cool. The visuals, I'm in that like pixel art nostalgia mood. Speak of the devil. Here we go. Hopefully you can hear. Oh boy. Chat. If you're gonna smoke, go outside. Okay? Don't do it on my region map. I gotta wait for this to clear now. No, it's cold out there. I only ever played the OG SNES Live Alive, but the remake is already on Switch, and it's getting ported soon. See, I never heard of that from the Super Nintendo. Like, I didn't know. It was just like the iconic JRPG, and I was like, oh yeah, no, I've definitely heard of that. I thought it was an anime. That's the only, like, I swear, is there a Live Alive anime? It was Japanese only. I played fan translations. Is probably why I didn't hear about it. It was not popular in North America. Okay, there you go. But yeah, if they're releasing a remake to what was apparently a super iconic JRPG, and I'm down. I don't know why, but I'm in a phenomenally RPG heavy free time mood. Like that, those are the kind of games I want to play when I'm off stream right now. That's why I'm so heavy into Diablo 2 at the moment. And then when I'm not playing Diablo 2, I'm still playing on Steam Deck. The RPG whose name escapes me, Symphony of War. IGN review calls it Live Alive. I refuse. Since when do we trust IGN? All right, the smog is still moving and rolling to the east. It'll clear shortly. Live Alive. That's how I heard them call it on Nintendo Direct. Okay, sure. That doesn't make any. It doesn't make any sense. But okay. Like Live Alive doesn't make sense, but you can make it make sense because we can sort of fill in the gaps of what is intended versus what it says. Yes, I did see and tweet about E3 getting canceled again, but I think it's gone for good now. It's been buried. I believe it's been full deleted, and I'm not surprised. Rest in peace, E3. I have some really good memories. I'm glad to say that I did get to go to a couple, 2 or 3 E3s, and I had a great time. It was a lot of fun. Met a lot of cool people in real life that I knew online. Content creators, game devs. Got to do some interviews, previews, YouTube content, all of that. I got to get the... dude, I played Mountain Blade Bannerlord at E3 long before it came out. Stuff like that was just very good formative memories. Welcome to Yoldenfield. Okay, now you can actually see. So we're playing on a custom map called Super Gauntlet Island that we downloaded. SimCity 4 makes it very easy to get custom regions. And so we learned how to do that, and I downloaded this one. I had a link to it. That was one of the tabs that got closed, but you can just search Super Gauntlet Island, and should come up. But I really like this one because it has a nice variety of land masses, water, large and small regions of different calibers. Like, we got a huge region here that's just got a few pocket lakes and then some access to the water. We have a Omega coastal regions. We have an Omega mountain region. We have an Omega city on one side, bridge, city on the other side region. We've got lots of cool snaking rivers. Some, there's a lot more water, I would say, but there are also some fully landlocked region tiles that we can build into. Do you have any other mods on? No. You know, do you know what stream you're on? Chad, do you know the number of times that I get asked if I'm playing something with mods? And do you know the answer is only yes in 1, maybe 2 games? RimWorld and maybe Kenshi, and even then, it's like 5 mods. It's a relatively safe assumption that I'm not. I don't even know if we did XCOM mods. I don't think we played with any XCOM mods, did we? Oh, we played with like 3 cosmetic mods. All right, let's go peep in and say hi to Yoldenfield so we can at least, while we're chit-chatting, we can at least earn some money. Let everybody kind of populate here. incredible that you were able to get RimWorld mods to work in SimCity 4. This is our casino farming town. We started a very just simple sort of agricultural farming town. We got some country back roads going through here between all these. Okay, they're gonna figure it out. The traffic is phasing in and out of existence right now, and I'm not sure if that's a bug or a feature. Because I can see that they're stuck in traffic. I'm not sure. Maybe I should just restart the game, because I don't think it was doing... They do disappear sometimes, but never like this. It seems like they disappear when they hold still, and they reappear when they move. Because this wasn't happening last time we played. The ghosts. It unironically does this all the time. It's normal. I don't know. I mean, I believe you, but also I feel like it has something to do with alt-tabbing. Is this the only reason this game isn't traffic simulator like late-stage City Skylines? City Skylines traffic simulation is a mirage. So is SimCity 4's. To my knowledge, SimCity 2013 is the only game that has accurate traffic simulation. And by accurate, I mean, if somebody gets stuck in traffic, they literally can't go home in SimCity 2013. So they won't go to work and they won't go home if they're stuck in traffic. In City Skylines and SimCity 4, traffic is an amalgamation of the agent system. So the agents, the people exist and it applies a home to them, but it has no problem fading them out of existence and teleporting them to where they need to be to reset things. It has a pretty hefty performance and city size cost. Yeah, that's why they don't do it. Nobody's figured out how to do a proper full agent simulation without melting all of our computers. But like in City Skylines, if you have a giant highway traffic jam, cars still disappear and vanish. Like that. That still happens. The vehicles can just indicate traffic density. The calculations for actual traffic are being done behind the scenes. Yeah, so like in SimCity 4, for example, we can go into a mode, a button that I remember, where we can click on a building, and we can see the routes. So the routes are here. So what the game does, instead of saying, here are the 4 employees, and the employees live here, 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 and here, and here they are in their car, doot, driving down the road. Instead of like tracking all of that, it's just like, what is the traffic density of the road that this route takes? And if the traffic density is incredibly high, then it has a calculation that it makes so that it knows it is inefficiently transporting goods or people getting to and from their job. Instead of tracking literally every single person and their exact presence on the map at any given time. Does that make sense? So in City Skylines, when you say if trucks don't reach their destinations, that's what it's doing. It's saying, I have a truck that starts here, or I have a person that starts here. It would be easier to pick a job, I guess. So we could say like school, right? If people are going to school from different areas, then it'll just track the traffic on the route instead of all of the individual agents that are on that. The cars are a visual representation of the behind-the-scenes density of the given route. So it's still simulating traffic and things, right? It still is doing that. So there is still a way to manipulate and manage traffic, but it is still different from having a full simulated agent system. There's a better map for seeing traffic density. Yeah, I know. I'm just giving examples. There's more than one way to play a SimCity, but yeah. Okay, anyway, this is our simple starter town. I'm still learning the ropes of SimCity 4 and having a really good time doing it. So generally what we have, I just sort of made some crisscross roads because I think that rural farms and my experience driving through different rural towns, sometimes farms are on big square plots and sometimes they're pockmarked in varying sizes. Because people buying land, they don't care. You know, that's my land. They're not gonna let perfect symmetry melt all the way through. So we kind of have like one small road that goes all the way on this side towards the water. I might turn the game volume down a little bit because there's horn in my ear, you know? Let's just get it right down there. But yeah, sometimes you have tiny little orchards growing some apples or something, and sometimes you got one dum-dum who bought an entire plot of land just to let it sit and rot, and they built one little building on it, right? That happens too. So I'm not really doing this for optimization because in general, apparently in SimCity 4, you don't want farms to have large plots of land because they don't employ more people based on the size of the actual farm itself. Okay, so I'd like to, let's say, get some information. Jez Nightacres can only have up to 10 jobs, right, on a farm that's this big. But if we go to a farm that is even larger, 4 jobs. So the size of the plot doesn't scale necessarily to how many people are being employed, right? But I just like the way that it looks from the sky, and obviously I'd like to add even more to this. This is just how much we got done a couple days ago. And then on the perimeter, we have some tiny little rural communities, because generally what happens is between sort of 2 town areas, like if this is one town and this is another tiny town, there are these big stretches of farm, and then suddenly it just boom, residentials. So I just kind of crammed in some residentials here, and we gave them a couple of parks and or gazebo. So these are a combination of duplexes and ranch houses right now. And we can improve them even more. I think that's too many farms. You must have never flown in an airplane before. Or looked out the window. Because if anything, we need way more farms than this. This makes me want to go play some Tropico. I haven't really sunk my teeth into Tropico more than once. My dog just freaked out when he heard the doorbell. Well, go find out who's at the door. Who's there? Who's there? Get him! Go get him! That poor dog. Now start knocking. Now towards the center of town, we have some more room for development. We got an elementary school that has been awarded 4 apples. It's got a grade of 4 apples. We have not enough student capacity for the quantity of students, so we're going to increase funding for the school just a little bit, give us a little overhead room. And then if we zoom out, we can kind of see the area that it is serving, and we could increase bus funding, but I think this is pretty generous as it is. And then we have a medical clinic. We have 234 patients and a patient capacity of 225, so we're going to increase that funding a little bit. And the ambulance, how far is the ambulance going? It's going pretty far, so their general health should be okay. But yeah, we got some more stuff we want to do. Let's take a look at RCI, which is a measurement of demand for residential, commercial, or industrial buildings, hence RCI. So residential is green. So if this graph is above 0, that means that there's demand. I guess I should have explained it last time. Yellow is industrial, so we have an incredible demand for agricultural, AG. However, it has come to my attention that it is basically impossible to satisfy the demand for agricultural. And that's why we made so many farms in the first place, because I was like, sure, let's go ahead and take this to the next level. But we have a substantial amount of demand for dirty industrial. So that's what we're going to focus on now. And then a bit for just tier 1 $1 sign residential. So we have $1 sign, $2 sign, and $3 sign residentials for each of these different types of buildings. And then we're going to zone for those as we see fit. And yeah, there is one rogue casino here. There was like a guy who wanted us to show him around to pick out a plot of land. It's a monthly income of 300 simoleons with 15 Super Sim jackpot winners. Mayor, the farmers in Yoldenfield report bumper crops, but they're tired of driving in bumper-to-bumper traffic to get their goods to distributors. Why don't you put a local farmer's market in operation so those green goods can get to Sim homes as fast as they're picked? Nothing so fine as a strawberry right off the vine. It's about 5 grand, and I can say yes. A farmer's market. That's pretty sweet. So, chat, should we put this in the town? I feel like that's a good idea to put in the town. If I could just... This seems like an okay spot. Just put it right next to the hospital. I like the banner facing the inside of the street. About 30 simoleons of monthly maintenance, and we got varieties of... People are packing in. They're cheering. They're so happy. They love it. Leaping for joy. Okay. What does that actually do functionally outside of just make people happy? Does it actually help distribute agricultural goods? Or does it just increase the general happiness vibe? I definitely still have a lot to learn about how to get rolling. No trains. No, there's no trains in my farm town. You are correct. Unfortunately, the people living in rural Yoldenfield don't take the train. No. I found the European. Found the Europeans in chat. Why would a town with a population of like 5,000 people, 6,000 people have a full-ass train system? Taking the train to the casino. There's nowhere to take the train to, Chad. This is the only city in the entire world map at the moment. We've got to make more cities. I lived in a village of 150 in Canada and a train passed through. It wouldn't stop for us, but it ran through. Yeah, there's no other cities, Chad. Alex, you mean that metal devil on wheels? High roller in town. Frankie Big Bucks wants to build a casino in Yoldenfield. This site he just picked happens to be an ancient Sim burial ground. Drive him around the area and check out the site. Hurry before he changes his mind. Mayor rating -40. No. I can't accept that. I need to be a beloved mayor. I want to be a beloved mayor. Okay, so before we start working on our industrial super city, which we're going to make on a different tile, I need to remember how to play this game. So, streets are the smallest version of roads, and they just have stop signs at the intersections, and they're perfect for, like, okay, if this were truly rural, we wouldn't even have stop signs at most of these T intersections. You would just have to yield to traffic passing by. So the fact that they automatically put stop signs here is better than it usually is, I think. Okay, we're gonna take this all the way down, and construction crews are gonna be building the roads behind us. SimCity 4 does not have an automatically built road system. You actually do have to build and upgrade. Dude, I measured that perfectly by total accident. That's fantastic. So that's going to connect up to one of these residentials on the side. And then I kind of want this road to go out some distance, and it doesn't matter where, because I want this to be asymmetric on purpose. And I just want to... Chat, how do you do diagonal roads in this game? How do you... It's not Control, Shift, or Alt. How do you do diagonal roads? You don't. Okay. I've seen screenshots with diagonal roads. I'm assuming that you can with mods. Diagonals haven't been invented yet. Alright, that's fair. I actually feel better knowing that I can't do it, because it means, like, if I figured out that I could do it and just didn't, well, then I would have felt like a dum-dum, because I would have wanted to do it again, you know? I would have wanted to, like, start over, so that actually just saves me from wanting to start over. Chat, I just noticed we have houses here that I don't think are connected to... Oh, no, they are. They're connected to that road. Okay, that's fine. I say we do this number. And then... get some more low-density residential. I did figure out how to make the long boys. You gotta have a huge backyard if you live here, in my opinion. Like, that's a necessity. Just a massive backyard. Probably didn't need a street here, but yeah, the residentials don't have to be symmetrical on both sides. I do want some more people to be able to move in here, because we do have some more demand for it. Don't worry, we're not going to continue to build farms for the entire length of the stream, but in my opinion, agricultural areas look... The reason they look fun and cool... By the way, Happy New Year, everybody! Is the patchwork quilt of farms, just the denser it is, the nicer it looks. I think you just gotta, like... Everything just needs to be filled in, basically. I think I'm gonna put an Omega farm here on the edge of town. Small farm there. I hear people crashing. I'm gonna fix the roads eventually, okay? Keyword eventually. One day. Re-elect me as mayor, and maybe then we'll talk. You feel me? Just re-elect me as mayor every year. Get some new development houses going in here. But yeah, I really like the idea of filling in down by the water. And then one day, we'll figure out how we want to connect up there. Building around the windmills, I think, also makes sense. Get like a little service road. Kill this windmill and create a power vacuum in the city. All right, speaking of power, where are we at on electricity? Let's see. I need to see a graph of power usage. So we're actually using more than we are producing. So these are monthly cost of 50 simoleons. So it's actually cheaper to run a natural gas power plant than all these wind power plants. I wonder why. Okay, so for the low price of 250 simoleons a month, there's five wind turbines or one coal power plant. Heaviest pollution. That's coming up soon, okay? Not yet, but soon. I know. Just give me a second, my friend. I like staggering them. I think it looks nicer. Okay. Pollution is a future generation's problem. I noticed the road is not connected. Okay. But yeah, I think we can get like a couple farms up around this guy. Sims, look to the heavens, but call the mayor. Mayor of Yoldenfield has become a burgeoning community of more than 1,000 Sims. Yeah, we're at almost 7,000. Thanks for counting. And those spiritually minded are requesting a gathering place to express their non-worldly concerns. Please consider their petition for a house of worship. Of course. If you live in a farming community, you don't have anything better to do than go to church. So, we need to throw one of those in. I don't know where we can find. Is it a special building? Or a landmark or something? Oh, there's the farmer's market, opera house, tourist trap, zoo. It's in rewards? Put it next to the casino. Oh. It's just across the street from the casino. It's definitely got to be towards the center of town. I mean, this is just a farm that we can... Yeah, I'm putting across the street from the casino because that's hilarious. We got a little farm shed back behind it. The people are celebrating. They love us. Vegas moment. Yeah, this is a Vegas farm town moment. They can instantly find out if their prayers are working. Please, just let me hit the jackpot, please. By the way, thanks to, again, Paplatz, who says, wow, 25 months, imagine how old a 25-month baby would be, old enough to move to SimCity. What the hell are you talking about, Paplatz? Kilomac, also for 3 years. Thanks for dropping the Prime, Kilomac. And B Hotel, I appreciate you supporting the stream as well. Welcome back. I like that both Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 and SimCity 4 have this amazing nostalgia vibe for me, but they both scratch, I feel like, completely different itches. Even though a lot of it does come down to watching the pixels move. I do feel like that when we last played, the cars weren't disappearing as much as they are now. I feel like the traffic was a little bit more statically semi-permanent. Maybe that's just what happens when your city reaches a certain size. Okay. Who did this? Who's responsible for this? There's just a patch of grass there. That means I'm deleting that entire person's farm. It's being rezoned. He worked his whole life. That's too bad. Okay, where were we? We were over here doing things. Doing important things. Zoning agriculture. Zone is too small. You're too small. Okay, something like that's fine. Get another farm in here. That looks cool. I don't know if it's efficient, but it looks cool. And then I wanted to get probably some more farms going back around behind this. Connecting, like, kind of going all the way back up into the mountains. Gonna leave room for a little road. Big. These are the cheapest plots of land, so I mean that makes sense, right? These got to be the cheapest plots of land. So they're all the way in the back. We can redo that later if we care enough. Probably just like a little street side access road. Don't know what the plan is over on this side. Like, there's room for some more residentials if we want, or we can just pack it in with farms. What's up, Paul? Thanks for the big 4-0. Appreciate this sub. 9 out of 10 Sims prefer cranberry jelly. Have you added any Sims to the town yet? I used to love that feature. What? Explain. Like from the video game The Sims? Would I have had to have played The Sims to add Sims to the town? You can import your Sims 2 characters. Do you guys think I have a library of Sims 2 characters on this PC right now? Chat is in here talking like it's 2003 right now. Like, hey, yo, you imported your Sims yet? From your favorite other game, Sims 2? I lost the Sims. I lost my CD key. I made a gazebo here, and I'm... Okay, well now I can't connect that side, but that's alright. So... just a little bit more, I think. Probably chuck some farms in over here. More farms! We can get some more houses in over here. Now we're grooving. Hell yeah. I genuinely don't remember which Sims game I played first. Like, I definitely played Sims 1. Never mind. I take that back. Because, yeah, no, I for sure trapped a number of Sims inside of the pool. And made them eat microwave macaroni and cheese for a majority of their lives. Yeah. It had to be done. We don't necessarily need roads going up between these. This is a little on the bumpy side. All of these need to be framed. That's fine. Okay, the patchwork quilt grows in, for me, a sad... What was that noise? Was that a plane from someone else's region? I'm ready to start designing an industrial pocket, I think. I love how you can't satisfy agricultural demand. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to, like, just finish the job here and, like, surround these guys. You've already gone this far, why not? Why not just a little further? Thank you for choosing to correctly face inward. That's very nice of you. Ditto for you guys facing... Well, I would have preferred you face the other way, but that also is okay. The neighborhood is growing, maybe. They're not moving in yet, but I'm sure it's all in due time. All in due time. they'll never top Sims 2. Chad, are we on which? Okay, this is a genuine question. Are we on Sims 3 or 4? We're on Sims 4, right? And we have been for a long time, yeah? Still Sims 4, okay. I couldn't remember for a sec. Sims 5 will never happen. Well, can you blame them? I mean, like, you know how hard it is to remake $1,000 in DLCs for a new game? You know how hard that is? They'd have to start over. Sims is worse than EU4 in DLCs. The Sims 4 is an MMO, but instead of paying a monthly subscription, you pay for the monthly DLC. Okay? People arrive. More farms? Yes. More farms. I have moved 4 times since SimCity 4 was released. Probably about the same for me. So chat, oops, that's the wrong button. Hold on. The reason we're going to continue to make more farms is because artists in the chat, you can attest to this. If you don't really know, if you don't think yourself skilled, sometimes if you just fill in the canvas with detail, it looks better when zoomed out. Like, some people have an eye for talent and can make these, like, really intricate, tiny details that when you zoom in look perfect. For me, I'm just going for mass quantity that if you just don't squint your eyes too hard at, it looks good, you know? I'm just trying to fill it in because to me this is like a background. Like, if I come up later with something that I want to do, like a micro detail, this is sort of like the background layer of color. And then we can just draw inside these lines once we figure out what that detail is, because we can come back to this literally at any point. But if I specifically chose the giant farm region so I could make a giant farm. That was the idea. That's why we're here. I do think, however, that there will eventually... There's going to be a SimCity 5. I think that the SimCity 5 will appear when... Oops, wrong zone. When a combination of factors. Number one, when sales on 4 slow down. Obviously, right? That one sort of goes without saying. But when they can figure out how to monetize in a way that is consistent with their monetization practices in 4. Because, what's wrong with this? What did I do wrong? I really think that SimCity 4 has been grandfathered into gamer culture, where it's just like, okay, there's $1,000 in DLCs, that's fine. They've been doing it for so long and supporting the game for so long, we're gonna let that slide. Whereas if they make a new game, and they make a Sims 5 and try to do that again, people will be like, wait a second! That's a new game! You were not allowed to monetize it like that. You were only allowed to monetize the old one, because I said so. I feel like that's why they're avoiding it. It's because the new one will come up on people's radar. And 4 is just coasting, just hanging out, hiding in plain sight. Do you think they'll call The Sims 5 The Sims with a 5 instead of an S? You might be onto something there. Chat, would you want to live on a T intersection at a stop sign? I feel like no. But what choice do you have? On the one hand, this slightly bothers me. How these don't have, like, a road that makes sense. It might be a little hilly here. Oh dear. Okay, well, hold on. Let's just get off of that curve altogether, shall we? Am I just gonna remove this? Yeah. Okay, it kind of builds up the terrain to support it a little, which I guess is nice. Yeah, I like the road outline. 45-degree angle plot of land. Yeah, hell yeah. $10 says it's a reboot and they just call it The Sims. I feel like that is actually probably the best idea. I do think that people would enjoy, I think, okay, The Sims 4 as a money model works with a audience who's already, like, fascinated with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Sims 4 is making money on Sims 4 fans, right? That's obvious. But The Sims, like a reboot and a remake, has the potential to draw in a new audience, and that's the risk. That is the issue. Because I don't imagine there's a lot of gamers who are just now opening up The Sims 4 for the first time. But for them to do that successfully, they're gonna have to, like, actually make a good, solid game foundation. And not just, you know, half bake it and leave it high and dry. Do Zoomers buy Sims games? I think so, yeah. I think that The Sims as a game has the same sort of core foundation that, say, Stardew Valley has. Like, it has the same vibe, and I think it appeals to the same demographics. And it's a pretty big group of people. I don't want to live on the busy highway, but that's also not unreasonable. How do you... Can you flip this? Chat, is there any way in-game to flip this without deleting the road that it's attaching to? Drag from the other way. I don't think that works. I've tried every way. Will be interesting to see if Life by You shakes things up. I hope that that's good, but I didn't feel inspired from the first trailer. I'm gonna hazard a guess and say that it won't. I have been holding shift, yeah. Ooh, big pile up, big pile up. I'm just gonna have them face the highway. I think that that's Or they could just have smaller houses here and it's not that big of a deal. It just sort of goes against all the other things. It's very normal for country roads to sort of have like a group of houses that do just live on along a busy line. It's all good. And then back behind it, we'll just... I'm just trying to sort of connect some of the dots right now. Before moving on to the next actual, like, brand new city. I guess the problem with connecting to this neighborhood is it won't funnel traffic the way we want, and they might start cutting through the residential. I don't know. I don't know if the big trucks avoid the smaller streets and prioritize the larger ones. I'm not really sure how that works. But either way, that feels a little nicer, and if we could just do the same or similar over on this side, that'd be fun. And then start the new city. That is not what I want at all, actually, but we can just... We'll get some road or some streets in here. Guess it depends on how far out we want to take this, because it's 1, 2, 3, facing that way. 4, 5, 6, then the road cutting like this. Maybe connect it up to this road. Oh boy, a Paradox Sims game. Glad this one will have a ton of expensive DLC. Well, I mean, listen, I do enjoy my Paradox games. That being said, it is true. What abomination did I just create? It is true that if you give it the most uncharitable interpretation, that I like to imagine there was a scenario where somewhere an executive had like an alarm sensor that went off that was like, they got an alert from their right-hand man, and they were like, "Sir, we need to have a meeting right now. The data just came back in. I can confirm that I have found the potential for the most DLC addable game that we could possibly design." Also, I have zoned way too much residential. These guys don't even need that much. I guess it'll just fill in over time, right? It'll fill in as they need it. Yo, do the other... No. Just... We'll put parks there. We'll put parks there or something. Okay, anyway, a few more farms. There, that's okay. Then farms behind this. I'm almost done, I promise. Don't believe his lies. Okay, this is gonna be kind of a janky road setup, but that's also sort of by design. I'm just putting things down wherever. I got some farms for you right here. Got some farms for you right there. Okay, I just want everything to sort of be connected up towards this edge, which we have succeeded in doing. Look at all that jank. Yup. Keep it flowing. Isn't it nice not having to count? Okay, the farms are rolling in. We got space for a lot more residential. They don't have any services, though. Let me see the budget, and I might go ahead and give them the basic amenities, like an elementary school in that section of the town, and something for health to build the mayor rating, and then we can make the new city. What was I about to look at? I was about to look at our cash. Monthly income, wow, $4,300, and we're expensing $1,500. So we have plenty of profits to go around. So let's give them a small clinic. What do I hear? Oh, I hear fireworks going off because it's... Is it 2013 in game? Oh, that's so cute. Okay. They're gonna need like a couple of clinics potentially. I'm about to like kick some people out of their houses. Are there two songs going at the same time right now? I don't know, this song was bothering me. It sounded like two songs going at the same time. We're gonna clear some space, because this is sort of a main drag. And I think the idea of clearing this out for supporting buildings is a good one. And they can move into the outskirts. My house! My house has been deleted! Okay, so here's the first clinic. Perfect. Now, that reaches a pretty considerable area. So far, there are 0 patients and 255 patient capacity. So we're gonna go down to 1 hundo. Ambulance funding. We need to save some money. Now let's give them a school. Just an elementary school to get started. It's a rural town. People are having car crashes right outside. Student capacity of 175. In a city of 70, dude, there's 7,600. Yoldenfield healthcare workers walk. Hold on, I literally just built this. And they're already striking. Oh, there's 136 patients. All right, we're gonna give them patient capacity of 160. Slightly more ambulance funding. There's 95 students. We have room for 40 more. Okay? There you go. And then we're probably ultimately going to do a similar thing down here. Kind of clear out a little town center, if you will. Got your elementary. Got your medical clinic. Okay, now we have to give it a second to update so we can see how much funding to give. I don't think this updates until like a month, maybe when a month rolls over, actually. I think it might be each month. You're dedicating a city to chat. What, is that a elementary school joke? Arch Place stuff? What up, Arch? Belial, thanks again for the 2 years of sub. Speaking of Belial, Chad, I have just been in a super nostalgic gaming mood lately. That explains the SimCity 4, but this is gonna sound really dumb, but like the day before yesterday, I was just up late because we finished the stream a bit late, and I was like, I'm just gonna hang out and look up Diablo 2 builds, and I probably browsed like 14 separate threads on the most fun Paladin Diablo 2 builds, and I literally just turned the game on, my big screen TV, and toggled the old-fashioned graphics game mode on my Switch, and then just walked around with the year 2000 graphics. I think Diablo 2 came out, what, 2000? And I was like, man, I remember when all games looked like this, and it just sent this weird... It was nostalgia is the best way I could describe it, but this strangely comforting sensation of remembering what it was like to be playing that type of game that looked like that and think that it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen in my entire life. Like playing Roller Coaster Tycoon, playing like The Sims 1. And the year 2000 itself was an incredible year for gaming, dude. The original Deus Ex came out in 2000. I think Perfect Dark came out in 2000. Tony Hawk, like Pro Skater 2 or something, 1 or 2 came out in 2000. Okay, the Sims are requesting a cemetery. People are dying and they want a cemetery. Okay, if this... We probably want to put the cemetery towards the outskirts. Dude, right next to the casino, it fits perfectly. No, you gotta have that, like... Wait, but the church is here, though. You could... A church and cemetery does make a lot of sense. The cemetery just fits right there. Why not? Why shouldn't I? Okay, we're gonna do two things. We're gonna make a save. That's number one. That way I can Alt-Tab. Because I want to read some chat real quick. So don't mind the game. You're actually doing imminent domain. The eviction is immediate. Yes, it's imminent. I don't have a new PC yet, Chemo. But I was playing on Switch. 2000 and the expansion was 2002 for Diablo 2. That's Super Mario 64 for me. Baldur's Gate is around that time. Yeah. Yeah. Why are they running to the fences? Because they want to... Everyone's having to bury their dead at the same time. They've just put all the corpses of their fellow Sims on ice, waiting for the mayor to build a cemetery. Okay, best games of 2002, chat. Diablo 2, Deus Ex, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2, The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, Perfect Dark, Baldur's Gate 2, Counter-Strike came out in 2000. Dear Lord. Thief 2, Command and Conquer Red Alert 2, No One Lives Forever, the first game, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, New Age of Heroes, the original Sims came out in the year 2000, Icewind Dale, Shogun Total War, Homeworld Cataclysm, good God, EverQuest, Ruins of Kunark, MechWarrior 4 Vengeance, Spyro, The Year of the Dragon, Banjo-Tooie, Jet Set Radio, Paper Mario. That was Paper Mario 64, right? Yeah. Mario Tennis, Spider-Man on PlayStation. Aw, dude, I was jamming to Spider-Man 2000. What a great year for games. The sky was the limit then, dude. I think that's the feeling I miss. That was such a good year. Take me back. Just before 9/11 and American culture took that and decided to dedicate themselves to it for the next 20 years. We had just gotten over Y2K. Man, I played almost all these games. Yeah, I'm old now. But this is how I described it to Alice the other day while we were playing Diablo 2. I think the feeling that what happened here. Oh, is trash accumulating in this city and it's just being dumped in random areas? That is an amazing feature. Okay, we're gonna have to we're gonna have to fix that. Okay, the way that I described it to Alice was playing video games for too many years is, and also being a content creator, sort of the best way I could analyze or analogize this is like becoming a food critic, you know? And what I mean is, there's a difference in eating food because it's amazing and it makes you feel amazing, and then eating food and trying to figure out specifically what you like and dislike about it. And when you're a kid, or at least when I was a kid, playing video games was like entering a world of imagination where everything was possible, everything was believable, horror games were real and scary, and suspension of disbelief wasn't something you had to try to do. You didn't have to exert effort. You just started playing something and you were swept away by it. And I think as you get older, at least for me, I think too much. And I can't play a game without thinking about it, if that makes sense. Like I can't just lose myself anymore. Like you get more grounded. And it reminds me of the food critic analogy. Is like eating food purely for pleasure versus eating food to try to figure out what's wrong with it or what's right with it. Like, I can't not play a game now and be like, oh, I really appreciate how the developer made the quests loop around so you go through a dungeon, and when you're finished with the dungeon, it spits you back out at the beginning of the dungeon so you don't have to walk back. That's such good game design. Like, even when it's a positive thing, it's not just like, oh, old grumpy man complains that games aren't as good as they used to be. Like, there are phenomenal games that are every bit as deserving to be on the all-time best games list as any of the old games that have come out. So it's not an issue of like, oh, they're the olden days, like games were so much better then. It's just I was able to play them and turn my brain off. And now that I'm like 34 this year, I can't turn my brain off anymore. I have to, like, I've played so many games. It's like, okay, I don't know why this is what comes to mind, but do some of you remember when the Mad Max game came out and people were like, some people were like, I love the Mad Max game. I get to just drive around in the desert. It's really fun. The explosions are cool. And then some of us, like me, were like, I hate this game. Everything about it sucks. It's like every open world game I've ever played before mashed together. And it annoyed me because it was like every other game that I remember playing. And it's that like this is a negative. The negative side of this is like the more games you play, the more numb you become. Like your tolerance level goes up, and the amount that it takes to continue to impress you and make you feel that childlike sense of wonder continues to increase in terms of how much is needed to push you over that threshold. And that's what Mad Max was. It was like if you've played very few open world games, or maybe even if it was your first one, it'd be like, oh my god, this is incredible. But if you were like, sort of, I've played all of the open world games, you might have gone into it with more of a like, okay, do something new. Like, impress me. Show me a new trick. So it's not a lack of originality, it's your experience with games is dictated by how much you've experienced in games. And having more experience doesn't make a certain game better or worse, it's just better or worse subjectively to you, obviously, which is the only way that we can judge games is subjectively. I have played too many games. It's oddly similar to a very tame version of the game that we just got done playing the last couple days. Not really per se to the game itself, but more to the like cosmic god Cthulhu style of story archetype, where the main character, the more knowledge they acquire, like in those sort of like, if you read the books of the ancients and start to learn their language, the more knowledge you get, the more corrupted you become. I feel like that's similar to how, obviously that's an extreme dramatic comparison, but I'm just saying, like, the more that we experience of a given thing, the more it starts to drive us crazy because we know too much. Like, if you play too many games, you know too much. It's kind of like, remember does anybody remember the first time you found a treasure behind the waterfall? Now you know too much, and you know that that is a meme, and I mean that in the mimetic sense, that games have to include something behind the waterfall. So you go explore, and it's not like a whoa, it's like a, you piece of shit, give me my treasure behind the waterfall, I deserve it. It's not, you can't remove that knowledge from your brain, and you're playing with an expectation from that point on, yeah. Angry that it's there, angry that it isn't. And you can't go back to the time where that would have been a surprise to you. I think that's a very simple example that I can use to explain what I'm talking about, because I'm saying very nebulous things. It kind of starts feeling like a checklist of game elements you know all about. And I think that's why for the last, like, 6 or so months, you guys have probably heard me talk a lot about how I'm just craving a new experience. And I think that is related to what I'm talking about now. I think that I've just been wistful thinking about how fun it was to not know what is or isn't possible, or what my expectations should be for these different games. Like, I would just read magazines like PC Gamer or Nintendo Power or whatever and see the reviews for these games, and it just felt like literally anything was possible. And now that I've gotten older, it's like, oh, a new Sims-like game is coming out. Yeah, well, that's not gonna have as much content as I think it should. It's probably gonna be buggy and unpolished, and like, I feel like there's not a thing that is able to be announced that is not something I can put into a neat little box. Sorry, I've been ignoring all of chat while on this complete rant. I will Alt-Tab. If the game crashes, it doesn't matter because we haven't done anything. I'm scrolling up. Same thing happened to me when I started modding games. Now, every game I play, I just think about what I can edit. I feel like movie editors probably experience that same thing. Like, I can still be surprised by a movie, but also I don't work on movies. Like, if I was someone who made movies or edited movies or worked on movies, And even still, you watch enough movies and you start to, okay, they need a plot twist here. Oh, that's Chekhov's gun. Now that that has been introduced, it has to come back around. Like, yeah, you start to figuring out the formula. And once you figure out the formula, that's when the magic starts to get faded away. I wonder how many kids will go, who are kids now, in 20 to 30 years, will look back and say, dang, Raid Shadow Legends was such a great game. They don't do games like that anymore. Tox, what was your first online game? If my memory serves, what year did Xbox Live launch year? Microsoft launched Xbox Live in 2001. Okay, so did I play Mech Warrior on... It was either Mech Warrior or Crimson Skies on original Xbox, I think was my first online. Mech Assault was 2002. Crimson Skies was 2003. Okay, so Mech Assault was definitely first. What year did... I think I played StarCraft... Brood War came out in 98. So I think somewhere around Brood War was my first online game. And then Mech Assault was my first Xbox and like console online game. And then once we sort of create those like comfy molds to fit in of the things that made us feel wonder in the first place, we tend to gravitate towards playing them because nostalgia is the closest thing we can get to experiencing something like that thing that we put on a pedestal. It's the closest we can get to experiencing that feeling again, I think. Which probably is why the first thing that we play of a given genre is always like our favorite. Because that was your if you were the clay, then that first experience is what molded that in your brain. It created an impression in a figurative and literal sense. And the only thing that can fit into that impression is that thing. That's why you guys would... If I put you in a debate and you just decide which Civ is the best one, it's probably, I would say 95% of people would just pick the first one that they played. In any series. What about No Man's Sky? What about it? I don't know. What, dude, but what about No Man's Sky? It's a great question. Philosophers are still pondering. What did I just tune into? Philosophical discussion about yearning for childlike innocence of experiencing video games through the lens of a human who doesn't know how to treat video games as a checklist of things that need to be included and avoided. Like when you're a kid, you can play a game that you would now think, okay, let me put it like this. As a kid, if you were a kid in like 2000, you might have played games that were absolute shit, but you didn't know that they were shit. Then you get older and you can discern and like, I shouldn't be having fun with this because it's shit. But as a kid, you don't have that knowledge, so you would enjoy almost anything that was put in front of you. You just want your critic in Ratatouille moment. But anyways, I think people that are just tuning in, it's not based on a negative experience, chat. It's just anything positive or negative is viewed through the lens of things that came before, and the only way to not have that happen is to not have anything that came before. And it doesn't just apply to video games. Like, even something that you love that's new, you have to hold it and compare it to something else you've already done that was like it. And it's impossible to recapture that first impression. And the first impression is a feeling that you can't duplicate. Unless you, I don't know, have someone erase your brain. This is why old people are grumpy. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, but for video games. I got on this sidetrack because I was trying to explain why I think recently I've been on a nostalgia kick, both on stream and just in my free time. Because in my free time, I've been spending it playing Diablo 2, which I didn't actually get to play when it was new. So it's like a new old thing to me. But also I've been like, ooh, I really want to play Diablo 3. Ooh, I just replayed Uncharted 1, start to finish. I'm replaying God of War and Death Stranding. Death Stranding not very frequently. It's been like 3 months since I last played it. Because those were things that like, whoa, this is so new to me that I've never seen anything like it before, and it created a new impression. If that makes sense. So I think I've been holding on to things that that affected me in a formative way, and gravitating back towards those in lieu of anything new and stimulating. Which Dredge, to its credit, was new and stimulating. I just happened to have already played the demo before, so it didn't catch me by surprise in the full version, because this is why I don't watch movie trailers. Bing, 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 bing. Look at it another way. I don't remember the first time I had mac and cheese or the best mac and cheese I've ever had. I've had good ones, I've had bad ones, but I still like mac and cheese and I still eat it sometimes and it still tastes good. Sometimes things can be sustaining and satisfying even if they're not new. Yeah, okay, that's true, but that's what we do day to day already. What I'm saying is that because you've eaten so much mac and cheese, if somebody presented you with a wet, runny, sloppy cafeteria style mac and cheese that was watered down, you would eat it now and be like, damn, this is bad mac and cheese. But if you gave mac and cheese to that same mac and cheese to someone who's never tasted mac and cheese before, they'd be like, oh damn, this is pretty good. What, hang on, cheese and noodles? That's genius. And that's sort of what I'm getting at. Like, you've had enough mac and cheese that now you can distinguish when a mac and cheese is, oh, this is above average mac and cheese. Oh, this mac and cheese is kind of like, bleh. I want to go back to when I couldn't compare some of these games to the tens of thousands of hours of mac and cheese I've consumed in video games. I don't like having to compare everything to everything else. whether it's good or bad. I was given too much mac and cheese when I was young and threw up. I never touched it again. That's sad. Mac and cheese is good. That's very sad. By the way, thanks Bite Hammer for 18 months of sub. Appreciate the year and a half. Arch also gifted a sub to Stride C, or Stridek. Appreciate Arch. Mr. Champ for 2 years. Howdy, Mr. Champ. Welcome to Philosophy Stream. And Rabbit O Rabbit says, spent all day in the dementia unit and glad to just have some light entertainment. Light in air quotes. Either way, welcome back. I've had mac and cheese like 3 times in my life. This is now mac and cheese chat is on live. Okay, to put it another way, there will never be a time in my life again where someone gifts me a video game. Chad, like if you're, let's take a parent, an aunt, an uncle, a cousin who doesn't play games. If they just picked out a game and gifted it to you, the odds of you going either, I already have that, I've already played that, you got, this game sucks, versus being like an 8-year-old who is just like, oh, it's Christmas. Oh, it's Christmas. And I open a game. I'm too dumb to know if this is good. Let's just pretend Fortnite doesn't exist, okay? Because if you're 8, you just only play Fortnite and that's it. So pretend that doesn't exist. You mean it's like when my mother bought me Draken on the SNES for my birthday? I don't think I'd ever be that abrasive. You don't have to tell them. You would just be thinking it. You'd just be thinking it. We're 8,000 population strong, and we have anti-residential. It's because our city is like literally bathing in trash. So I think it's time to fix it. It's time to fix it. Let's go. Make a save. And let's pop out to the region view. Wait. Save and exit the region. There we go. Jammin'. But yeah, when I look back at the games that I would say are my favorite video games of the last 5 years, they're all video games that gave me a fresh perspective that I couldn't instantly judge or compare to other things that I have played. Like, I would easily say Death Stranding is my favorite game in the last 5 years. Because it just, everything that it did was a new experience for me. So that's my personal favorite game of the last 5 years, because it was constantly just like, whoa, I've never seen anything like this before. Modded Minecraft is my game of the year. That's not how game of the year works. But yeah, Outer Wilds, for sure. Another game where it's just like, I don't know what's happening and I love it. Strand type gamer. I guess I am a Strand type gamer. Okay. Where are we going next? It needs to be somewhere that connects to Yolden Field, which we still have so much room for fields. Tell it the Cyberpunk Game of the Year edition. They can't make their own game of the year, and then be like, well, we call it Game of the Year edition because it's my game of the year. I made it. It's my game of the year. I'm going to sell it like that. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that we go here and here and make one of these two. We need to make one of these two like a proper city. And then the other one, heavy, dirty industry. If you're looking at adjacent tiles to this one, where should the dirty industry go? By the water? Or we could have, I feel like if we make this the heavy industry and then we build like a cool river city here with a bridge that goes across would be kind of fun and hook us up to the other side. I don't know what to do in the mountains. Because I feel like big dirty industry just dumping everything into the water is super iconic. Oh, there's an Omega tile here for a super city. That's pretty sweet, yeah. Dirty industry and pollution being down by the water, I think, is a staple of humankind. I think I put a neat ferry system separating a dirty or low suburbs with a high density area on the other side of the river. That's actually another interesting option. Like, have some residentials here with more like kind of medium, and then a bridge across to super dirty industry. So they like take the bridge to work and they work on the other side of the river. And then they dump their trash in the water. Options, options. I like all these options. This is a cool... Oh, dude, this is a pretty sweet spot. I didn't even see this one, yeah. Because we could do bridge here with the dirty industry and some housing, and then the dirty industry can segue into like a big coastal city town. A city town, that's the official verbiage. And then we got some nice flat areas. That one's totally landlocked. That's a cool divider. Yeah, I say we jump on this one. We need a name, though. How do you rename the city? Don't forget to put tolls to go to work. Of course. How do? Import, delete, start new city. How do I name this? It's just called new. It's called city name, new city. You can rename once you finish God mode terrain edit. Ah, okay. All right, all right. Do we need the AI to name this as well? I have replaced chat after all. It's actually quite good at this. Give me a list of 10 names for a city using made-up words that sound vaguely like a dirty industrial trash dump city that has a river that leads to a small residential area. Yep, I need to bake that all into this inspired list of names. It's gonna find the perfect word. Cleveland. Okay, suggestion number 1. Grimbledank Quay. 2. Sludgezire Heights. 3. Merksmew Riverend. 4. Filthmara Cove. 5. Grottenscape Nook. 6. Waste Wallow Bend. 7. Dregspurt Riverside. 8. Scummervale Terrace. Grimetide Hamlet. And Suit Rivulet Retreat. Dregsport has a ring to it, I think. Because a cove this is a river. I like Dregsport. Scummervale. Chat like Scummervale? Scummervale Terrace. Okay, chat says Scummervale. And we got fireworks. Kicking them off. Alright, this is going to be fun. So, in SimCity 4, cities do connect from one side to the next. So because we built this adjacent to our existing region, our farms are right over here, imaginary. So we can connect them via road, and we can connect them via electric poles, we can connect them via water, we can get people to ride in from the nearby residential areas to work here, all that good stuff. So I guess the main question is, oh, we do start with 200,000 each time, which seems generous, but you do have to start somewhere. How much is a bridge? I think some mass transportation would be good as well. We have a whole bunch of different transportation types. We got traffic circles, highways. I haven't even started on that. We've got rail, passenger, freight, and monorail systems. We got, I think bus stop is the most obvious one that we should do. And then we have a subway, public parking garage. That stuff will certainly come in here. We don't need an airport. And then we have ferries and seaports. Speeds raw materials to factories and finished goods to market. Okay. The question is, what side should the industry be on? Let's just take a peek at the region view. Should be on the east side, like on this side, and then we segue into like a major metropolitan area in this little cove. It seems kind of fun. So what goes on the west side? And where does the trash go? Because the main thing is we need somewhere, like this is going to be a trash landfill. Wait, you want a landfill on this side and then industry on this side, but the landfill is next to the farm area? You want the dump on the west? We need some residential here, probably. Free fertilizer. They can just live in the dump. Okay, what about the dump right there on this little corner? On this tile. We could start it there. I don't know if you knew this, chat, but you can have more than one dump as well. Okay, two things. Let's go back to Yolden Field. We are going to need... Now, okay, the reason I didn't build a road is because we didn't know which direction we were going to expand into, but now we know which direction we're going to expand into. And part of that is we need a road that goes over here, so... Let's do that. So we got this sort of main drag. We have a main drag that goes all the way out to here. So I'm thinking, continue that. Just go all the way out to the edge of the farms. It doesn't have to be a straight shot. I think stay out of the residential because I don't like. We'll build the larger streets in the residential if and when we need to, but I think a couple of turns, a couple of stoplights isn't gonna hurt us. So we'll have those two link up like so. That gives us some nice big sidewalks. Are there stoplights at intersections? Yes, there are stoplights at intersections on this road. So we got some new developments. Okay, and then from this little corner, we just go straight in. Would you like to create a connection to Scummervale Terrace? This is the first step in creating neighbor deals with adjacent cities. Road and rail connections can improve demand for industry in large cities by providing a means for freight to be transported. Yes, it's exactly what we want. Pollution can't get us if there's an invisible wall. That's how it works, yeah. So stoplights on the edge of town, a long, uninterrupted stretch of highway, taking us to the next city. And then this connection should be good now. Let's take a quick look. Dude, our mayor rating is actually pretty solid. But I was gonna say, let's take a quick look at the traffic overlay. Because here's what I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking we should disconnect a couple of these roads. Into and out of the neighborhood. Like, if we make this neighborhood a little bit more standoffish and sort of force traffic onto the main roads, that would probably just be better overall for everybody. Yeah, these like neighborhood connections they're trying to take shortcuts. Through the town. Which I get, like I understand. You guys need to take a new route. Keep accidents away from the residents. Okay, these won't update, I guess, until the next month. I wish they updated live, but such is the limitation of our time. Okay, that's a fairly secluded neighborhood. This one is very, very interconnected, but I don't know. I do think that it's probably a good idea to go ahead and upgrade this. This is a big straight shot that can also take us to the main drag there. And I think upgrading a couple, because if we're creating a land connection to the next region over, we want to improve infrastructure in a few key areas. So let's create another little country highway here. Please just give me an extra lane, bro. I need an extra lane, dude. So now they have a few options to get where they need to go. But there's only 8,000 people in this city, so like traffic is not that bad. There's a few areas that are just going to be worse than others. And they'll just have to deal with it. Or watch as I force them and funnel them through So while a road is under construction, does that actually push all traffic onto, like, bypass roads? Is that a thing that's simulated here? Because that'd be pretty... I don't see any, like, imaginary cars on this yet. Probably updates, like, once a month. They do be building. My mayor rating is actually going down. Industry needs room to expand. I know, I know. I'm gonna fix the trash, but we got a lot of problems here. Mayor E! You got Sims, you got roads, you got buildings, and pretty soon you're gonna have fire. The tutorial told me not to build a fire station until there's a fire. That's what it said, okay? That's on you. That's on the devs. All right, we improved a little bit of our road infrastructure. Let's exit the region now that we have a road connection. By the way, Professor Derg, oh my god, a year. Yeah, 52 months, a year. What is the difference, in fact? What is the difference? Look at our tiny little road. But thanks for the resub. Math is hard. What if we do... We know that there's going to be a trash dump up there, right? So it stands to reason to just have one major through line. Hold on, it could be... maybe a little further down. I don't know if there... Is there even space on both sides? Probably not. Hold on, I'm gonna pause. 4, 5, 6, 7... How much money is this? It's like $234. Yeah, let's take it like... Okay, we're gonna create a connection to Sim Nation. To the outside world. Dude, welcome to Sim Nation. Why would you build a fire station when rain is free? Just wait for it to rain. A genius idea. Okay, I think I'm gonna build the trash dump first. So we're just gonna build the road and then go to the next tile over and build the trash. Then we're gonna come back and do industry here. Can we afford a bridge? Bridges, I assume, are expensive. We're gonna worry about going to the other side here. What should we build on this side? Maybe just like a small commercial area? We got some $ commercial. Like some low density commercial here. I kind of want this to be some sort of circle or center of sorts. What do we have? Is there like a small town roundabout or something? We have highways, clover, elevated highway, cloverleaf, ground highway T intersection. Okay, this is like a proper highway. We have one-way roads, we have avenues, not as expensive as highways, but allows more traffic. Like a T intersection does make sense. But it's also, like, highway's a little large for what we've got. Need to make it yourself? That's fine, I can do that. Do we want like a 7x7? Maybe like 7 spots on all sides. Okay, that looks like it's off, but it's actually perfectly symmetrical. Don't worry, I'm not making the whole thing symmetrical. I just like a little bit of symmetry. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spots. So, that's a good start. And I could make this into a T, but I don't really want it to be a full T. I kind of want this. Because I did enjoy this shape. And then maybe bulldoze. I want like a little city center. Where's the mega base? Instead of a bridge, can we build a trebuchet to launch cars to the other side? You might be onto something. Okay, so we know that we have some demand for low-density residential and commercial. So let's start with getting some shops. Here's what I'm gonna do. What's gonna go behind this? I didn't really think this through too much. I want them to, okay, hold on. Rip this road that I literally just built. Okay, we're gonna come back to that because the issue is it's sticking to the edges that I don't want it to stick. Okay. Picky, picky. I just want my cute little... No roads, chat. Roads are banned now. Roads are banned. Alt or control does not toggle direction. Alt changes how the roads form in between. Shift is what makes it roadless. And control makes it a giant blob. Which I don't know how that works. This music is becoming more aggressive. All right, let's just start with that. Start with that. It's easy. As long as we have our little road connection, then that is all that matters. We're gonna force you to go through our little town in some way, shape, or form. I know we don't have electricity either. That's gonna be one of the first things that we fix over here. But before we can fix that, this music reminds me of the brave little toaster. Fair enough. That's not where my mind was going. Okay, I don't remember how to build a bridge. Do you just drag a... Yep, you just drag a road. How do you choose what said bridge looks like? This is also the cheapest bridge that money can buy. How do I change the styling of the bridge? Ah, okay, cool. Bridge height? No. Very low. Okay, we want to keep this simple / industrial, so definitely not this one. This one, a little too nice. That one's just very tall for presumably boat traffic, but these are all high enough for ferries. This looks simple and industrial. Is that covered? The tunnel? Too fancy, too fancy, too fancy. Pretty good. That looks like a good rural bridge. I think it's either this one. Yeah, it's. I would say probably this one. Is this the trash city? Not yet. Not yet. Overdeck truss. All right, get to work. This is the cheap. Yeah, I was gonna say $5,000 is like a fantastic deal for this big of a bridge. These construction team is working for very, very big discount. Every bridge in Oregon looks like that. That reminds me of the shitty, dilapidated bridges in the South. Yeah, I think that just rural bridges across the United States. This is the vibe. Just a little single pillar, the truss. It's the metal truss that really sells it, I think. Okay, and then here's the only problem with this is there's no straightaway. Don't mind me, chat. This is gonna happen, okay? If you're watching this stream, you just have to wait because everything that I do will be undone and redone. Like a rural town that's still developing would certainly just have a basic stoplight, to be perfectly honest. And then around said stoplight would be the low-density commercial that would just sort of form up next to it. A one-stoplight town. Exactly. And then we got space for something here. We'll develop that later. The bridge is done, and the reason why we had to do the bridge, like I say that this road should just continue straight on as efficiently as possible to Sim Nation. Now we can get power. So, we're about to... Here's the thing with generating power, right? Does each city... Like, we have no income here. So this is going to start costing us 250 simoleons a month, but we're not making any money. Which is a problem. I like this spot for the coal plant. Right here by the water. You see the smokestacks from across the river. Trying to make this authentic. It's about authenticity. Somewhere over here. This is a bit steep, isn't it? Polluted water makes your citizens easier to control. Alright, as far as power lines go... Can we build power lines over... You can. They don't look quite like I envisioned them, but... Are those... Do we have... Is there a way to raise these to be the same height as the bridge? Or something? This is the horn's song. Yeah, this is the horn song. This looks dangerous. I know you don't necessarily have to connect it this way. It just makes me feel better. Bing, ding. Put them in front of the bridge instead of behind. Hold on. Don't mind me. Doing a little casual demolition. Yeah, we can just take this manual, and that way each of these will go next to one of the existing pillars. That's so much better. Technically, that one's wrong. Can't see through the smoke cloud that I created. Good God. That effect is insane. All right, and then somewhere over here. We need something like this behind the buildings. And we can connect to Yoldenfield. Okay, so we produce power for Yoldenfield. Hopefully, is this going to work the way that? How many megawatts do you have to make for that to be a thing? All right, this is, can those go, oh no, those can't cross over. I want this to go like along the path. Doom doom. So maybe it just goes out to like here. And then follows her up. You have to make 1,000 extra. Okay, so this is more like thinking towards the future, so this isn't actually doing anything yet. But that's okay. It will do more. Like, we may just put a second one of these. Eventually, we'll be able to share. I kind of wish that it was possible to share when it was like a lower quantity than this. But that's all right. Wait, it makes 6,000? Hold on, how much does it make? Oh, it makes 6,000. I don't know why I thought this was way lower. Yeah, because that's 200. Damn, it makes 6,000. Okay, so never mind. We totally can do that right now. This doesn't tell you what its actual capacity is until the month rolls over. Okay, it just takes a little time. Actual capacity 1,229, but we can definitely turn the local funding down because we are just expensing money at this point. Let's save and exit to region. But yes, we do have plenty to sell. So we can pop over to Yoldenfield. And I wouldn't mind still having a couple of these. But we definitely don't need all of them. So let me see the graph for power consumption. We need 1,600. Okay. So, we're going to have to adjust at the other spot. let me just freeze frame the game for a sec. Like a few make sense, I think. Bing, 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 bing. I'm not actually deleting all of them. I'm just... Alright, my question is, if these are spaced apart, do I need to have an actual power line connection touching each individual thing? Speaking of power line connections... I got your power lines right here. Okay, so I'm well aware there's gonna be a power shortage. However, it's time to learn how to make a deal. Okay. We did this once before, but now I don't remember how to do this. There's a map mode that shows what tiles have electricity and which don't. Yeah, you just switch to data views. It's under taxes. A 1,000 megawatt hours a month will be 99 simoleons. Which I feel like is a good deal, right? Because the five wind turbines would cost us 250 simoleons. Okay, so if I'm reading this correctly, we should be consuming somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,500 and producing somewhere in the neighborhood of approaching 2,000, like 1,800. So we have a little bit of extra overhead that should work out nicely. And some of these residentials are slowly filling in, like there is demand again. All right, that's really cool. I really love the like sharing resources between neighboring regions, which I think is an awesome feature from SimCity 4 and SimCity 2013, and it was fun, even though the tiles were smaller. So I assume this is good enough to connect it to everything else, right? Obviously, we can make more power lines for decor. I do think it has a certain aesthetic. Might have to cross the road. Cell has a road. Wait, you can't build power lines over... Okay, so you can't build power lines over a road with or without aesthetic. That's interesting. But okay. I did like the aesthetic of having the power lines stretch all the way down, but never mind. Like, I could still do it. Oh well. You can build power lines over roads, but they need to be spaced apart. This is not spaced apart. Because you can build that. But you can't build this. It won't automatically delete the farm. I guess it's just showing me that there is a farm there. I would have assumed that it would just remove the Oops, goodbye roads. That's okay, I messed up. Wait, what? Why didn't it delete these roads? Why did it only delete these roads? Okay, that's automatically upgraded. This is gonna be a problem. So I'm just gonna redo this one. Ditto here, actually. They'll figure it out. Okay. This is gonna be fun. So, now we grab the power lines. They do go over the roads. Awesome. Exactly like we drew it up, chat. How is our Degen city doing? We haven't really gotten started on it yet, per se. We just made, we just connected power. So we did get our first ever coal power plant. Alright, that's a bit of an awkward transition there. We could probably clean that up a bit. Yes, indeed. There we go. Perfect. I love it. So we got some wind power. We got power lines stretching all through the city from where we're getting coal. The TNT is so loud, yeah. How was the end of Dredge? Very good, but you probably shouldn't ask chat so that they don't spoil stuff. I thought the ending was a little too short, but the game as a whole was very good. And I still give it 2 thumbs up. The game itself, I think, was a good length and a good pacing. So very much enjoyed it. 321 Rally Snail says F for Wendy's. What? Consider me influenced. Yeah, it's out today. 2 thumbs up out of how many? Are you saying that I shouldn't have eaten the fish? Is that what you're saying? Okay, trash time, chat. We gotta do trash time. So this is our 3rd region. And we're really not building on it, but this is kind of a smaller area than I expected. We're gonna make like a miniature dump here. So I need to ask the AI, do that again, but for a city name that features a dump. Rubblethorn Ridge. That's a great name. Heap Shroud Hollow. Garbleston Quay. Scavengrove Bend. Detritus Ford. That's a mouthful. Landfillinor Nook. Junkswick Terrace, and Scraplaugh Retreat. Those are some solid names. Pump it, dump it. WTF, these names are amazing. Yeah, I know, right? I'm gonna say I think I like Garbleston Quay. Because a quay is like a concrete, stone, or metal platform projecting into water for loading and unloading ships. And there's definitely going to be some ships that are taking advantage of all of this water at some point. Because there's quite a bit of water here. Is it pronounced key? It is key, I think. I just don't like English. am I losing my mind? Why not both?
Key.
Yeah, it's key. It's key. It just looks like quay. Which is confusing because the word quail exists. And the word quad exists. And the word quack exists. And the words quaff exist. So, yeah, but it is key. Okay, anywho. Quandary, etc. Here's our little road connecting us to what's going to be our industrial area. This is going to be just a big trash dump, but we have power, we have road. I've never made a trash dump, so this is going to be new content for me. This is my favorite part of games, doing stuff for the first time before you've gotten so numb to it. We talked about this earlier, but I'm gonna repeat myself. I don't even know how to do this actually, so I'm just gonna click on buttons until something makes it. Oh. Sanitation. We have landfills, recycling, waste to energy, and we can dezone. Landfills take in and process garbage, but make nasty neighbors. Recycling center serves a population of 25,000, but, 350 simoleons per month? And a waste to energy incinerates garbage to produce power, produces heavy pollution. I feel like that's going to be a natural side effect. So here's how close should we get to the water? Is the answer just yes? Why do you think there's seagulls and stuff here? Put it in the water. Okay, we're gonna go a little further out on this side, I think. Well, it's kind of like terraforming as we go, which is both awesome and terrifying at the same time. I don't know if I expect there to ever be a proper connection between these two. And then I imagine we will just have a road. Chat, how do you get trash collectors? They just spawn on their own? So this is this an autonomous thing that I've done here? Chat, our monthly expenses are 2,700 simoleons. Okay, so what you're saying is we just need to expand the trash property as needed, I suppose? It's costing 5 simoleons per month per section. I kind of wish it wasn't calculated until you actually needed to use it, but... You have to make neighbor deals. Well, we're just gonna, like... remove significant sections of this until the amount of money that we need goes down. Why, chat, why does it cost so much money to just toss all of my junk in a hole? And stack it up? I don't understand. You're telling me that this landfill costs as much to maintain per month as, oh, I'm sorry, hold on, as that entire bridge that we just made across the dang river? Is that what you're saying? I don't buy that. Why does that delete the road? Oh, that's not a zone. I don't know why. Why does clear zone also delete roads? Okay, what's our? It's still $1,100 a month, but if we do a neighbor deal, there are no neighbor deals active to the city. Do I have to be in this? Like, it'd be great if you could do monthly income neighbor deals and create deals from here. It seems like I need to go to the cities in question separately and do each one with a neighbor deal. I know that this game came out in a different era. I'm just articulating quality of life things that, if this game had just released, we would be holding against it. Because I imagine if we go here... Wait, does it have to be literally adjacent? Oh no, it's one tile too far away. Oh no. It's become a puzzle game. My entire plan is falling apart and right in front of my eyes. Okay, well. They didn't have the technology. That does change things. Garbleston Quay is now... If I just delete this city, it won't delete... Oh shit. Okay, don't... No. How... How reload? How reload game, chat? Help. God. Collapsed it from orbit. Alt F4. The one time Alt F4 doesn't work. Right click close doesn't work. Okay, we're just gonna delete that and pretend like it didn't happen. And then reopen the game. Because I accidentally just glassed that entire area from orbit. Reinstall SimCity 4.
Challenge everything.
This will be fine. Your save file has been deleted? Yeah, it is a game of Carcassonne. That's what I was gonna say. It's like a tile laying game. I have to pick where the trash is gonna be laid down like a game of Carcassonne. It's like a board game. Whale. Let me guess, there's no way to save or load things. Chat, I don't want to have to terraform the tile. How? Okay, I know it was a different time, but even in the 2000s, we had figured out multiple save files for video games. And not auto-saving on exit. Or like instant, like if you push the delete button, it literally deletes that bit from the image. Push the delete button again. But why though? I mean, it does technically fit. All right, well, I'm gonna take a BRB and figure out what we're gonna do because I need to take a pee break anyways. A cascading chain of pains in my ass. Okay, chat, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna mute. We're gonna unpause. You guys can watch the casino, church, and graveyard parking lots fill up with trash because no one's taking their trash. And then listen to this. I'll be back in a few minutes. Got to clear my head and figure out what I want to do about that. I didn't know I needed to go in and make manual backup save files just in case I press delete on a region tile. I'll be back shortly. Okay, hang on. Oh, okay, you can hear me now. I just touched the stream deck and a static electric charge disabled the entire device from my fingertip, and all the buttons went dark. So I was just making sure that it was still working right now. There we go. Okay, it turned back on. It's back. You are Thor. Dude, there's so much trash piling up here. They're throwing it in the lots. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Am I just... I'm just gonna do some terraforming. But I don't remember, I liked it the way it was. I accidentally ruined it. Okay, so I don't know which of these is the best. And I think the lake was sort of just larger over here. Dude, I don't know what it looked like. This is basically the same because it has to connect to the water there and the water there. Is there just like a flatten button? Yeah, there's like a level. Okay, see. Now you've gone too far. Just a little hill. And then a little bit more flatten. Here's what you need to understand. Some of you have already figured this out. But because I have inadvertently screwed this tile up, I never want to build on it again. You know? Like I can't explain why my desire to build on this tile has been totally eroded. Right before my eyes, just snapped out of existence. I'm just trying to figure out how to get it. I'm basically trying to save the stream, okay? Because if this was just me playing SimCity 4 by myself, alone in my room, I would have just turned off the game and then gone and read a book or built a Lego. So I'm trying to like save the stream because I know objectively it's not that big of a deal. I know. And you could tell me it's not that big of a deal, and I'd agree with you. But in my mind, what I feel is anger and disappointment. So I'm trying to like overcome that. He hates this tile. I do hate it. I'm just trying to get it where it doesn't look like a total. Like if I just showed this to someone and I was like, I screwed one of these tiles up, which one is it? I don't want them to be able to immediately figure out which one it is. Like it's this one. Maybe if we did reconcile the borders, that'll make it even nicer. And then there's an erosion simulator. This is lower terrain level, raised terrain level, smooth. All right, erode it ever so slightly. And then, actually, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna like erode it a couple times, right? And then we're gonna jump out to the region. And then we go back in one more time, reconcile the edges if that's necessary. It's not, and then it's fine. Okay, it's fine. It's fine, chat. The erosion made it look slightly less smooth in a couple points. This technology was amazing for its time, like it really was. I do think that there's one... No, I think it's good. I think it's good now. The ability to terraform like that and simulate erosion and water levels and canyons and hills and mountains, and it's all seamless, like super cool for the early 2000s. However, okay, Maxis devs, if you're out there rolling in your graves right now, how dare you put a delete city button right here that insta-levels the terrain and glasses everything on the map and then perma-saves it straight away. You, like, it just overwrites your save and deletes anything you delete. No, I didn't delete a whole city. I just, when you press the delete button, it nukes the entire tile. Which is just a very, very unfortunate, like... I know it was 2003 or whatever, but certainly we had the technology to independently reset the tile to its natural state without, like, basically independently deleting the city and the terrain. The fact that those are intertwined is unforgivable. And then more unforgivable is the fact that if you do it, it perma-saves immediately and like erases it from the hard drive. All right, I got it out of my system, okay? Done complaining. It was a more hardcore time. 2003 was 2,000 years ago. All right, I got it out of my system. So, for this city to get trash, it has to be an adjacent tile. Go off, King. So it can't be this one because diagonals are not adjacent. So it has to be this, 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 or this. And I'm just saying, we already have Scummervale Terrace here. That could just receive the trash. And we can go on our way. That is a total possibility, right? The other possibility is like someone's got to take the damn trash. I'm just gonna put it in Scummervale Terrace since we can't do another tile over. Okay. So the question is, if the farms are this direction and the major metropolitan area is going to be this direction, then which side should the trash be on? Let the city live in its filth. Like, what makes more logical sense? Do the city folk who live over here force the trash onto the farmer's side? Or do the farmers go, this is the purity of my land, and the city folk have the industrial side over here on one side, and then the trash heap on the other side. Because I feel like there's a world in which both of those exist. What if we... Okay, how about this? We have industrial stuff along the river here, and then across the river we have, like, some trash dump here, slightly away from this little shopping district. And we just cram the trash, like, on the edge. Okay, let's get, like, a road. We need to imagine that this is, like, a big trash pile leading down to the waterfront. I also want to redo this a little. Well, frankly, we don't really need this, do we? Okay, that looks better already. Why is this music so intense? Alright, this is a, like, $109. What's a half of 109? 55-ish? Let's say that's roughly the middle. Is this all gonna be trash dump? This is too much for trash, right? Okay, so we're making this little road, and then we go to utilities, landfill. Landfills take in and process garbage for your city, but make nasty neighbors, sure. And we know that this is fairly expensive to maintain per tile, so we're gonna start with just like your average 5x5, right? A 5x5. It's accessible by road. What is our budget? Monthly expenses are only 273. They just went up. However, now that we're neighbors, we can go and possibly make a garbage neighbor deal. What is this? What are these numbers? 40, 80, 120. The import rate. I don't know. I don't know what does the export rate of garbage need to be? Tonnage? How do you know how many tons of garbage a place produces? Let's go see if we can find it on a graph. We have to go to the other city, though. Did you not go to school as a civil engineer? Okay. Let's do a graph. Total garbage, chat, is that 16,000 tons? Oh dear lord. We have 16,000. Is that why there's just piles of trash lining the streets? Okay, hold on. Emergency. Pile. Oh my god. It's an epidemic of trash. Okay, all right. We'll solve it. We'll solve it. This isn't gonna be enough space, dude. Import rate. We're going all in. 402, just whatever it takes. Dude, a garbage truck. It's real. disgusting and stinky. Is there a way to just tell at a glance how much... Oh! Oh! It's begun. The landfill doesn't say how much garbage it is capable of holding is kind of the issue. Like how much each tile. Like I don't know how much trash that is. Net trash this month, 400 tons. It's growing. Everywhere I read said start with an export, and as long as your graph starts to slope down, you have a good rate. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna slope down because we just max it out just to try to empty the trash from the other city. Here's my question though. Does the game know that this is happening in the other city? Like, if we just let this go and we tab back over to the other city, will the trash be cleared off of the streets there? One way to find out. Well, yeah, but I don't know how many tons of trash this is. But we need to start making money with other industry because we have a big demand. Whoa! Agriculture is actually down. Interesting. Okay, so dirty industry is what we're working on next. So hang on, is this chat? What is is M not medium? This is what, high tech industry, HT. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. M manufacturing. Who said there's no diagonal roads without mods? I accidentally just made a diagonal road? What the? Chat lied on the internet? You guys said there were no diagonal roads. Now my entire last city needs to be redone. No, I'm just kidding. It's okay. It's okay. We got this. Why can it only... Maybe you can't do diagonal streets. You can only do diagonal roads? What? Why wouldn't you be able to do a diagonal street? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's space for another coal plant. All right, I'm gonna start making medium industry. I don't think we really need a cut through. What's it? I guess all the way back to the power pole. Five doesn't seem like a good number. I'm just gonna do 6 on this side. Wow. All right, this is going up pretty fast. Let's slow things down a bit while I figure out. We got a lot of demand. Let's make this a main street. That just connects to our... Where are you guys going? There's nowhere to go that way. That's Sim Nation, baby. All right, our first bits of industry are coming in. This is good. Okay, I'm not really sure where we want these linking up. I actually kind of like the idea. 14? So somewhere around here, it's not going to be perfectly in the middle, but that's okay. We can just have a cut through. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, and then have that connect to the other side. Going, cannot place on this terrain type. That's fair. That's understandable. Hey, why do some of the buildings not have power yet? I think it's just they're receiving. We may not be producing enough. Local funding is making 1,200 watts. So what happens if I go to 130 simoleons? In the future, there will be a checkbox that you can click that automatically adjusts local funding to the necessary amount to fill demand. It says we're using 1,346, so that's going to go up as more industry comes in. Which it is doing now. And it's starting to look like a real place that exists. So chat, how do I fill the manufacturing demand? Total city infrastructure threatened by power funding scarcity. Okay. Show me a graph of the power that we need. So I guess one upside of having like trash collection. Okay. This is gonna get expensive. We are gonna be running a deficit on this. I'm gonna fill all this in with trash too, possibly. Or just like the trash related to buildings, because we have recycling center. City garbage reduced by 20%. A waste to energy plant incinerates garbage to produce power with heavy pollution. Monthly cost of 1,000 simoleons. Woo, that's a lot of simoleons. We ain't that rich yet. That's way too much money. You have to have an income for that. Sanitation department. Oh, you can adjust all these from here. That's cool. Sanitation 737, which is almost 1,000. But what usually in games like SimCity and City Skylines, the waste to energy. Does this not have a ratio of how much trash it burns? Like, it doesn't even tell you. It's like, here's how much power it makes. But, like, how much does it burn? Who knows? It's a mystery. Help! There's a fire in Scummervale Terrace. Desperate Sims have gathered to use anything on hand to douse the flames, but their feet are scorched and they are running out of saliva. We need a fire station. Do something! Panic in the streets, panic in the streets. Chad, if I put the fire station over here, is that too far away? That's miles away. That's like down the road, dude. And then it can serve the other town. Oh wait. Oh no. I played SimCity 2013. In ye olden days. Oh, it has to be a literal circle. Damn it. In the olden days, it's limited to a small. Oh shit. Chat, I thought this game. The game's on pause! How are all these buildings burning down while it's paused? Easy! Is it still going? Oh my god. Okay, hang on. There. Okay, we have a fire department now. Are you happy? We have one fire engine. We cover a lot of area. It burned itself out. Do I have to demolish all this? Okay. Hundreds died, Etal, good job. No one even lives here. You can't tell how many people died. They're commuting to work, presumably. So, okay, you're telling me is people can commute to work from other regions, but a fire truck can't drive down the road to put fires out. Okay, I got it. Got it. I understand. So is there any way to sell, like, fire services to neighboring towns or something? There's some residential demand. Fire trucks become highly flammable after 4 blocks. Wait. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're gonna get like a nice quaint neighborhood set up back here, okay? In fact, I'm leaving this for potential like commercial expansion. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and get some low density commercial here. Alright, a bunch of tiny little shops on the edge. What? Did that... Oh, it just disconnected. So finicky. Okay, so finicky. We're getting it. We're getting it. What? Yes. You know what? Just do it. I don't care. Clearly, they crave growth, and I will give it to them. Whatever. Just however you see fit. I'm leaving the center of town open for a reason. And then, a little further in, this is where the people are gonna go. So what I guess now that I've learned that diagonal roads exist, which is kind of a startling revelation. We can build one. That goes off map and then connects up to our original city. Are we prepared for this power? But the power of diagonals? Of course we are. The construction teams will get right on it. Check this out. This is actually, like, diagonals are kind of amazing because of this right here. Tiny house. Very tiny house. Why would you go that? Don't go that way. It won't. Wish you could just turn it around. Whatever, it's fine. That one's backwards from all the other houses. Yo, we did have some big residential demand. Mayor's dispatch finger fails. Hello, anybody home? What's with you, Mayor? Has all that glad handing given you carpal tunnel? Wrist too weak to make the dispatch call? You did nothing while Scummervale Terrace burned. Your citizens are not happy, being treated like kindling. You have some work to do to make up for this poor performance. Relax. Mayor, the disaster did minimal damage to Scummervale Terrace. See? It says it right there. Minimal damage. Factories bring in loot, but always pollute. Mayor, both of us enjoy seeing business booming, but everything has its limits, including our lung capacity. We do have some low tax and high pollution policies that make industrial development here a growing concern. Balance is the key to keeping both business and good health on the upswing. So govern accordingly. Make polluters pay their share. All right, there's too much stuff happening on the screen. Now that our population has surpassed 500, the residents of Scummervale Terrace open their arms, Mayor. We don't want anyone concerned you might be going elsewhere. Put down roots, make a mayor's mansion. I mean, I definitely want to live very far away from the trash heap. Am I supposed to be building a mayor's mansion in every city that I build? I will mayor this town from the next town over. Yeah. Dude, what? What is happening on this road? This is what happens when I make a cut through. You're a consciousness that jumps from mayor to mayor. Okay, how about this? Two things. Let's make a major connection that they can cut across here if they really want to, with a stoplight and such. And then I will make the mayor's house somewhere firmly in between the two places. That's close enough. I want to live away from the filth towards the farms, you know? Where the air is a little cleaner. Hello, Mayor E. I'm Bettina Dean, Health and Education. Call me Miss Dean. Right now, Summerville Terrace doesn't have a single school or a clinic. I know. So, how do I make them pay their share? You click this, but it doesn't do anything. Put a lid with a clean air ordinance. These are clickable things that don't do anything. I need to go check on Yoldenfield. It figures that the good folk of Yoldenfield want to kiss off our original power deal terms and work us for a bargain. They want to buy 1,000 power. If we say no, they'll shut the door on the deal. Are we gonna cave? Do I have to accept? Like, I don't understand what this is saying. City opens arms to more garbage. Our landfills are barely even knee-deep in trash, so bring it on. We're ready, with gloves on. Let's moderate our air pollution. Alright, maybe we need to slow this down a little bit, because... Oh my god, dude. The trash... It grows! It grows! It's time to increase the size of the dump already. To be fair, we had built up like 10 years of trash at the other residence. To be fair. Is there still really that much residential demand, or does it not count houses that are being built? Well, this is all going to become like residential neighborhoods anyway. Long neighborhood street with no... Okay, we should probably make at least one cut through. Wow, these are exactly 7 apart. That actually looks quite nice. Okay, that should help with the residential and actually get some people to live here once all these houses get built. They've got some commercial. They don't have any amenities. They're gonna need health living in this polluted area. Okay, I got you. You need a clinic. I'm probably just gonna like remove a teeny bit of the zoning. Right up on the edge. Wait, okay, it's this. We can get a medical clinic towards the middle of town. That's got decent coverage and some future proof over the next generation that gets in there. Give them a little school. All right, big radius. People. Slow down, everybody. Mayor, you got a ribbon cutting ceremony I've arranged around town. Attend all the events on schedule and local opinion will skyrocket. I'm going! I gotta make a U-turn already? I'm on it. I'm shooting fireworks from the mayor's mansion while I go do my ribbon cutting ceremony. Okay, the first one's on a bit of a busy street. We're just taking the little mayor's shortcut here. That helps me finish for a new track time. Thank you for turning and getting out of my way. Did I do it? Easy, the mayor's coming through. One more to go. Oh, I got 50 seconds back on the clock. Okay. Whew. There's really not that much time. I'm here. Easy. You're welcome. Mayor rating will skyrocket. Etel made me start playing Graveyard Keeper again and isn't even streaming it at the same time. Just because I don't want to spoil it for you. Now you can start playing SimCity 4. How do you tax or do a clean air? I feel like I'm missing a big chunk of this game. I don't know how to do like a clean air act. What if I gave them like a park? A small green park. Where everyone can go play and have fun. I gotta, okay, that community garden is ugly. You guys want to go play on the trash beach? How about a small... What happened? These are all just like raised, I guess. Basketball court's a little larger, but I think residents would appreciate that. And then I'll chuck in a tiny playground as well. All right. They're gonna be like so happy, dude. I feel like demand is not going down here at all. We just passed over 1,000 residents. That's pretty sweet. What about power, though? Capacity is barely at the minimum. So let's give some more funding. And then, you know what we need? More medium industrial. I got this. All the way, all the way to the edge, I guess. Okay, and then we'll probably stop just before it. Do we have any demand? Okay, so high density zones for large industrial businesses. What? I'm a little confused by the industrial demand. High density or immediate, like the, okay. Because we have agricultural, which is starting to equalize. We have dirty, manufacturing, and then high tech. But I don't understand how to zone. When I have agricultural, I get that. But then I have medium and high. So how does medium and high correlate to D and M in HT? D, M, and HT all use the same zone. So how do I know when it's a good idea to do high density industrial? It's just more expensive, so you just need to be able to afford it, I guess? So it's all based on land value? So like high tech would be like the highest quality land value, I guess? Okay, let's leave like 3 spaces. Obviously, these roads are going to have to be upgraded. I'm just making a generic. Okay, I asked chat a question, so I will now read chat. Did you really work your way all the way up to being a mayor just so you can listen to a bunch of other people's demands? Unfortunately, yes. Okay, so this is like 443, so 220 is roughly the halfway point. So I definitely want some stronger, actual, proper roads. The primary thoroughfare of your city. That's fair enough. Okay, and then figure out how to designate, like, some side streets through all this. So we're gonna do... Okay, this is almost perfect, but not quite. There's 6 on this side and 7 on this side. What about here? Oh. So what you're saying is I actually built this road one off from where it's supposed to be. It's actually supposed to be this. Okay, try that again. This time, it should actually work the way we want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But there's 8 on this side. What? and 7 on that side. Okay, so it's not perfectly even. That's all right. What I'll probably do is just have some services here like fire truck, etc. On that particular road. Sims look to the heavens, but call mayor. They want a church. Okay. Just wait. We are a little busy. Okay, so step 1 is going to be very simple. Let the businesses come in and watch the energy demands skyrocket. Zone is too large. Your mom is... Okay, I won't go there. So this isn't actually gonna work. It looks uneven. It is, yeah. Because we're gonna do things like get some fire stations. With overlapping coverage. Something has spooked the cats of Scummervale Terrace. A bunch of them have run up trees and refused to come down. Get the fire engine over to the houses that have called in. Dude, this is on the other side of town. Left click fire crew, aim water, right click. I have 4 minutes. How do I turn on, like, the alarm sirens? Everyone needs to pull over and let me pass. SimCity is the original GTA confirmed. Excuse me, who left this hunk of wood in the middle of the road? Rip that guy. Sorry, I know you were building those. Start over. Build them again. And yes, I know that's off too. You're just gonna have to deal with it. They'll figure it out. Asymmetry is good sometimes, okay? Sometimes. Oh my god, look how many jobs we've made. The demand for residentials is skyrocketing. And the number of buildings we're creating has created an incredible demand for power. Have you played Stronghold? I have played Stronghold before. I don't remember which one. I don't understand what reevaluate the trash deal means. I need to go check the other city and see if the amount of trash has subsided at all. Because we've been, like, this landfill's getting up there. It says net trash this month, 510. The trucks are doing what they're supposed to do. Okay, we should, like... Someone's got to live around the mayor, you know? These are all the houses that are going to be on, like, a much more busy street. Is this road gonna go? What do you mean unsuitable? You're unsuitable. Uncalled for. You're uncalled for. No one called for you. Okay, I think we do need like another cut through over here. Realistically. SimCity Etal is so mean. It's so mean. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we just gotta fill this in, you know? We just gotta fill it in. It's easy. I know there's space behind here, which is why we're gonna build some public parks. Like a gazebo. And a tennis court. This is closer to the water, so it's gotta be kinda nice. Skateboard. Okay, that looks out of place. Big soccer field. Oh, this is cool. We'll put the soccer field like... towards the bridge, by the power lines. They're gonna love it. Look how flat the ground is. It's one of those elevated soccer fields. All right, I'm deleting that because I hate it. Building on non-leveled ground. Am I right? Am I right? Okay, let's go. How far towards the dump are we gonna go for as far as like housing is concerned? All the way over. No, that's the dump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. We'll keep 11 spaces between us and the dump. I don't think that that's good enough, but it's gonna have to work. There's a vibration! Do you hear that? It's a vibration in my head. It's not in my head. It's physical. It's real. Monkish, monkish, monkish. People want to live here. I guess we created jobs. Fill her in. People want more commercial. Fill her in. People are crashing their cars. Fill her in. What is this? What building is this? I live next to high voltage lines. Some people do live. Oh no, that doesn't connect, does it? Oh yeah. That doesn't connect. Oh yeah, none of this connects. He didn't think this through. Is that the elementary school? Oh no. Oh no, we just disconnected power from the neighboring city. Oh no, we just turned off the lights. Hold on, everyone, hold on. I can't see. Mayor rating is going down, just... I know. Just give it a minute, dude. You can do diagonal. Oh boy. Shut up. The mayor hates electricity. I can't. The smoke plume is so big. Where do I click? Okay, this sort of just... I wish they could go over houses, though. It would just be so much easier if they could. Wait. So is nobody gonna have this waterfront property? I don't know. Okay, now it stretches back into the neighboring cities and whatnot. Waterfront property next to a landfill, hell yeah. All right, let's go back out, save and exit the region. We need to go check on the trash situation in our original farming city. Yo, we have two cities. Yep, and I'm aware that you don't have any more power. Boom. You have power. Okay, but do you have trash through the streets? Oh my god, this game is so smart, chat. The trash has been removed. I mean, it's too dumb to have a fire truck that goes across the map, but it is smart enough to actually remove all the, well, not all the trash. But it has cleared up somewhat. Safety is very low. Hold on. The casino is making the most garbage. You don't say. You don't say. Total garbage. This chat. Wait. It just moved. What? Is it picking up the garbage or isn't it picking up the garbage? We have a maximum export rate of garbage to Scummervale Terrace. Time needs to advance. At least we're profitable here. 5 grand over 2,800, so we actually have a good current balance. How much time would you say needs to advance? It's been months. It's going, okay, it's trending down now. Okay, so the game is smart, but it's not that smart. I don't think this graph does not trend down unless we're playing this city. Which, oh no, and people are without jobs? How are people without jobs if we have 6,000? Is that what this means? Chat, why are so many people throughout the city without jobs suddenly here? They either have no work or cannot get to work. Okay, we can fix this. We have all these farms that we can replace in the middle of town. Why are you like this? Okay, well there's a few jobs. Sure, make the tiny ones. I don't care. Fill this in. Dude, why is there 6,000 demand for residential? Okay, if they don't have jobs, why is there residential demand? I guess is what I'm trying to figure out. Can we talk to the advisors? Lack of public water limits growth. Water demands are pretty modest since you're all low density. Jobs and population. That's a lot of different shades of green and blue that I don't think is colorblind friendly. I don't know which one this is. Is this $1 sign residential? The demand is for low wealth. Those homes are mid wealth. Is that true? How do you tell what wealth a home is? Oh, it's $2 signs. Oh. So yeah, it is just like single. I gave them one park and they're all uppity now. Is that what you're saying? And that's why they don't have jobs? The $2 sign guys moved in with no jobs? Okay, well now we're negative demand on commercial. That went really fast. Alright, I'm starting to understand. In my mind's eye, I feel like we should have this be a more major road. Okay. We'll improve the infrastructure around the perimeter with the idea being I think I want a bunch of residentials out here. I don't think you need that much of farms. Well, it's a farming town. So are you saying you don't think I need farms in my farming town? That I made it specifically as a farming town? It's very bold. Okay, so I want some more, like, just low density, cheap, easy residentials. The problem is the cities eventually outgrow that. Chat, would you look at this mother frickin' region, dude? You ain't outgrowing this shit. You can do whatever the hell you want. Look at it. If you outgrow this, you're playing too much SimCity 4. You can make whatever your heart desires. You can make a tiny little mountain town with 300 residents in it if you want, and 2 roads. You can make a giant metropolitan area. Tox, why does a farming town have a casino? Have you ever been to Louisiana? Have you ever been to Mississippi? I've been everywhere, man. Anyways, chat, this is a damn sandbox game, alright? You're welcome to get it and play it however you like. You can min-max population in every square inch if you want. You literally can't lose this game. Unless you accidentally delete your cities. What if you bankrupt your city? Every time you start a new city, it gives you 200,000 simoleons. You can simply start a new city. Also, this city is profitable, so almost 2-to-1 income to expenses, and I haven't even touched taxes because I'm frankly too scared to mess with the taxes because I don't understand how to tell if it's going to be good or bad change. Anyway, to the person who said, I don't think you need that many farms, talk to the game developers, because believe it or not, there is agricultural demand still in this city. And yes, part of that is because of the way the developers made it so that smaller farms are technically better to sate demand, and it doesn't really make sense. But that's also a product of playing a city builder from 2003. It's all just for fun. How's the garbage heap? The garbage is going down because we're exporting it to another city. Unfortunately, this graph doesn't go down when we're looking at the other city. So, like, if we were playing the other city where the garbage is being imported to, the graph doesn't change in this city. Which is too bad. Okay, anyway, we're making like a little residential back here. They want their $1 sign housing, that's exactly what they're gonna get. Okay. Hello, there's a fire. Yep, I have not built a fire station because... Actually, this is a great question, chat. When everything is so spread out, do I have to have a fire station every 50 feet? Because of the small radius? Oops, I didn't mean to build that. Uh-oh. I think the farm burned down. It just makes it have a better chance of getting there before it burns down. Alright, we're gonna put the fire station across from the farmer's market. maximum funding. Just let it burn down. No more fire. No more problem. That's true. Do I have to clean this up myself? Or is it gonna, like, go away over time? They'll get here eventually. I know you have access to these roads. How's our garbage doing? Chat, we went from 16K down to 12K. We are taking care of the giant casino trash problem. It's taking a little time, but it's getting there. We need trees. You have a city without harmony if your ratio of development to green space doesn't improve. Sims can see forever in your green, clean air. Firefighters flip for first station. We're showing full employment, which in most circumstances is grounds for a rousing cheer. However, Yeldenfield business has been such on a steady march, we can't fulfill their employment demands. Okay, do you really have to plant trees if you have all these orchards? I feel like agriculture should help some. Also, why are some of these trees dead? Why is there water? There's severe water pollution in various pockets. What? Farms have a lot of ground pollution. Insecticides and pesticides? Oh boy. Bulldoze all the farms. Okay, well, the houses are getting built over here. A branch of divinity students from the original church wants to break off and start their own house of worship. I accept. We need water. Monthly cost of $3,100. No. They're calling the new church Divinity 2. I see what you did there. I don't know how to keep up with this RCI demand. How do you do an overlay for... Okay, so this is land value. I don't... That's desirability. Ah! Okay, how do you see... Oh, I see. It's $2 data, $3. How do you... I guess the question is, just because you have $1 RCI, do you have to fulfill it? You know what? I can barely play this game when I'm 34 trying to figure everything out. No wonder I didn't try playing this game when I was 13, dude. I'd be like, what is going on? I'm still trying to figure out how to catch up to it after, even that's after playing City Skylines and SimCity 2013. I think there's a lot going on under the hood, but sometimes in an obtuse way that I can't tell. I feel like I need to read a strategy guide. Mostly it's just an issue of just because a meter, like a demand exists, I'm not sure if that means that there's jobs available that are not being filled, or if it just means that the land is desirable and people would move here if given the chance. Or is 6,000 the actual number of people? Like, what do these numbers actually mean? If the game is in easy or medium difficulty mode, the demand is artificially inflated, which can lead to zone development not working as intended. It's a known bug in the game alongside wonky stats for industry. So I'm getting artificially inflated demand because I'm playing on medium difficulty? I wasn't sure what the difficulties did. Having demand is good. That's all I know. Are these dilapidated buildings? Abandoned due to low demand. Ah. So I'm actually gonna Google this right now. I'm gonna make a save real quick because I really want to know. Don't worry, the game's not crashing. I just alt tabbed. Difficulty settings in SimCity 4. Okay. Let's see. The first response is a Reddit thread from 11 years ago. In easy and medium mode, you get a certain percent more per revenue for your city, making it easier to balance your budget. Easy and medium also develop demand caps more slowly and generate more demand in general. Easy and medium cities do not directly use the growth stages of buildings. So pretty much, if you start a city tile in easy or medium with enough regional demand, you get skyscrapers immediately. Not so much in hard. You have to increase your population to the set levels for growth stages. Easy is 500k in starting cash. City develops quickly. Medium is 250k in starting cash. City develops medium. Hard, 100,000 starting cash. City develops slowly. However, in practice, I've noticed the city more or less develops at the same rate, so the only difference is starting cash and the number of stars that appear when you click the city in region mode. I usually build cities in medium because it's not labeled easy. What? Peepo G. 11-year-old SimCity Reddit thread. So what you're saying is I should actually be playing on hard mode for my purposes. Because, like, it sounds like I would appreciate it developing more slowly and actually having to work the budget a little bit more. My thought was, it's a game from 2003, hard mode probably means all of the things are overtuned to kick your ass on purpose. For example, I just played Uncharted 1, and I died at least a dozen times on normal difficulty, which nowadays would be easy. And there were 2 to 3 difficulty levels higher than that. If you pick hard mode in like Uncharted, good luck. But yeah, I do remember having city ordinances. And they said something about clean air in the other one. Wait, is gambling not legal? Open the doors for casino operators to set up business. Deals can be cut with casino operators for income, but these come at the cost of mayor raiding and crime. City-funded program to bring health to the needy will improve the health of your most needy Sims. Bring sports, reduce crime, and increase the effectiveness of the city schools. Power conservation reduces power consumption. There's no details on how much each of these do. A casino without gambling. A 50-floor buffet. I think the strat for the hardest difficulty in Uncharted is just to dangle off of a cliff and blind fire. I think you're probably right. Well, now I feel dumb for playing these on medium, but it's still been fun to just, like, deck this out. I'm gonna go back to check out the other region. So while we're not in the other city, their trash pile isn't necessarily growing, right? Yeah, the trash pile will stay the same. So, are you saying that you could kind of just cheese it? Where you could make a tiny trash pile in this city, and then just switch to the other city, create a maximum export trash deal, and then this will never fill? 100%. 2003 is a different time. Cheesing in a game from the early 2000s? No way, dude. No freaking way. All right, well, here's the thing. I need to take a quick pee break, and then when we come back, chat, you guys decide what you think I should do next. And then tell me what to do. Okay? Backseat. That's right, you have a blanket backseat permission. Short BRB. What is going on here? It's like the mayor just walked out of our city. Yeah. He took like 5 minutes and everything is devolving into chaos. Okay, well. Go away. I'm paying you more money. Chat, in like really large cities, do you just max the budget of every facility so you don't have to micromanage like 17 different medical clinics budgets? Depends on the difficulty. Exactly. For sanity's sake, usually. Okay. Okay, because like setting the individual budget of each spot sounds fun until you realize you can do it in the budget tab. Hire a guy for that. Okay, what should I do? Well, like, what should we do? Yeah, you can update it from the budget menu, I think. But it's still like, you still have to know Medical Clinic 1 versus Medical Clinic 2. Happy New Year! Re-roll. You want me to re-roll? I feel like I haven't done anything. I just keep starting new cities. We're shooting fireworks for the entire month. Like, starting is the best part. Okay, having never played this before this week, I think I was just hoping that somehow it simulated the thingies that were happening on the other tiles more. But then that, to be fair, was an unreasonable expectation on my part. I don't want to cheat and cheese and put a landfill tile somewhere else and then everyone else exports to it and then I get free trash taken care of, for example. But I also don't want to have to put a local landfill in every single city just to artificially increase the challenge for myself. The general goal of a game like this would just be increase your population as high as you possibly can, which is usually just build incredibly high density structures. I think what's throwing me off is apparently since playing on medium, the demands are artificially inflated. Typically in city builders, you play to the demands to a large extent, and then strategically increase the value of different areas to attract different levels of wealth, whether that be residential or commercial in this case. But I didn't realize that those were just going up automatically, I guess. That's basically what I want from City Skylines 2. What, like the cross-city simulation on and off, whether you're playing that tile or a different tile? That would be something that I would want, yeah. I think that's the most interesting facet of City Builder that doesn't really exist yet. Like, SimCity 2013 also tried to do it, but I think it obfuscates it as well, if I'm not mistaken. Can you import cities to the region with higher difficulty? Probably, but I'm not particularly attached. I kind of just want to, like... I don't know. I don't know. I'm struggling a little bit with objective right now. Like, what should my objective be? I know it's a sandbox, but like, what should we try to accomplish? Just build your own SimCity. To get skyscrapers. Well, here's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid, and I'm just gonna try this out. I'm afraid that I don't need to do anything to accomplish that. But let's find out if I'm totally wrong. 'Cause I feel like you just need to... make a road. Like, we have, like, I don't even know what enables you to make high density. Like, I don't know what to be looking at. Yeah, they definitely need water. But that's for rich. High capacity water pump. $15,000. Okay, so if we take a look at... I'm assuming like land value in tandem with... Because desirability hasn't changed. Like, I haven't really... It's green across the entire map, other than some maybe patches around industrial. Like, every one of these tiles is green. So I'm certain that there's not just going to be a rogue skyscraper that gets built here. Oh, I was looking at desirability for low income. You're right, you're right, you're right. What is CS versus CO? Girl, when I look at you, the desirability map is bright green. Tell that one. I'll tell that one to Alice later. Okay, yep, you're right. The full name. Commercial service. Medium wealth, commercial office, and high wealth, commercial offices. Offices are the skyscrapers. So it's actually like... It's already kind of like over here then, yeah? Let's do desirability. And how do you see, are there like high-rise, how do you see like high-density residential demand? It's high wealth. Let's just queue it up and see what happens. Maybe something, maybe nothing. I'm just gonna queue each thing up and just see what happens. Maybe nothing? But yeah, I think like it's hard to make objectives for myself if I don't understand how the core mechanics work. Like I'm not sure when to even transition into higher density buildings. I do know there's a fire. Dispatch those fire trucks. Oh, I forgot that I have to do it myself. We have responded to the scene of the fire, and firemen are saving the town. Good job. Why does the mayor have to be the one to dispatch the fire trucks? Because it was gameplay in 2003, and it's cute. Okay, how do you know when to zone high density? That's the suggested result in SimCity 4. Okay. Can someone explain zones? Okay. Um. Do, 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 do. Nobody knows. I think it's maybe population. Okay, I found a Steam thread from 2017. You need a big town with broader connections before medium density will grow. Every building in the game has something called a growth stage. When you begin, you can only have stage 1 to 3 buildings, which are all low density. As you progress building your city, you can have larger growth stages and densities, with a caveat. You can only have a certain percentage of a particular growth stage at any time. I find that around 11 to 12,000 population, medium density buildings will appear. Then between 44 and 50,000 population, you'll get your first proper high rises. These growth stages max out at level 8 for residential and commercial buildings, but getting stage 8 buildings, which are the highest possible density without mods, is not easy. Bear in mind, water is required for anything above low density. However, even at those limits, when larger buildings do appear, you only see a handful. As the population continues to grow, you'll have a larger percentage of skyscrapers in the mix. There's always some requirement for lower density buildings, however. Well, there you go. Big population equals big buildings. And water. Okay, let's try something out, chat. Let's try something out. Let's make a save. Exit to region. So, my question is, I have these 2 cities, right? Scummersvale Terrace and Yoldenfield. Is it possible to create a new region that is hard mode super gauntlet? Wait, no, that's just going to create a new region. If I just load... Oh, no, I have to... Wait, do I have to make it again? Hold on. Yeah. Okay, so if I have to create... Super Gauntlet Island Hard. Then it's gonna do flat. But then I can, like... How do you... How did I do this before? Create the region of your dreams... I literally just did this 3 days ago. I forgot how to import a new region or an old region. My brain hurts, chat. Because I remember I had to like change the screen. Alt-Shift-R? No, it was like Control-Alt... It was Control-Alt-Shift-R. I think. You were close. And then I had to go find... the folder with downloads. And then the download folder. No, I had to find hold on. Import city 4 map. Okay, press and hold Shift Alt Control R. I think I have to load it from the SimCity folder in Documents. Oh, it overwrites it to the bump map and the JPEG, so I have to re-download the file, have the original copy of the file. Okay. Oof. Luckily, I still have that, as it happens. Okay, let's chat. We're gonna give this a try. Then I go load. New Omega region time. Whew. How do I delete? Okay. I don't remember how this works. Control Alt Shift R. Go to users, documents. SimCity 4, regions. Okay, I'm gonna create the folder. Super Gauntlet Island Heart. Okay, then if I just find that. Region bitmap size is incorrect. How the hell did I do this? I just figured it out, and now I don't remember how to do it. Pasita won't share his secrets. Imagine remembering something for more than 2 days. There's a 2-step process. So I have the custom region. And what I need to do is load it, because notice how this one is just a small square, right? This is like the default size. So I need to load the super version of the non-default size. So it brings it in and it's all green, and then it has to like render the bump map. Okay, step 1. Launch SimCity. To import your region, you may need to select the JPEG file in the new folder. Let's try this. I'm just gonna try quitting the game. Reopen the game. I've already got the JPEG and the BMP file, so
Challenge everything.
I just have to figure out how to apply them. Okay, this is the tutorial place. There. Oh, I did have to restart the game because this folder wasn't here. Oh, that folder wasn't there a second ago. That's why I couldn't figure it out. I was like, I know this is what I did. Why isn't it working? Okay, so now we got the giant green. And then I have to go through folders to get to... Documents. SimCity 4. And there you go. Okay, I figured it out again. So I was actually doing it right. The game just made me question my own sanity. Because I needed to restart the game. EA. EA Sports. EA Games. Why did they give up on making like cool little mottos for everything? EA Sports big. They just quit trying. What does EA even do now besides Apex, Battlefield, and sports? Oh yeah, Star Wars. I guess they just did Wild Hearts, right? Was Wild Hearts good? Sims 4 expansion packs. They did do the Dead Space remake. That was supposed to be good. I mean, Dead Space was good. Need for Speed Unbound just looked like they're struggling to find out how to make... Who buys Need for Speed games still? I don't know, like, does anyone in chat know anyone who has the last Need for Speed game? We don't need that much speed. But yeah, then it's like Madden F1, Apex, Grid, Battlefield, NHL, FIFA. Lost in Random was supposed to be good. They have a couple of pseudo indie publish things. Mass Effect Legendary Edition. They published It Takes Two. Star Wars Squadrons was pretty fun, but I didn't play it as much as I should have. Apparently chat hungers for a new Need for Speed game. Chat really wants a new Need for Speed. We have a need for speed. I just think that they need to go back to basics and stop trying to reinvent the wheel. If they could just make a Need for Speed Most Wanted sequel where trying to outrun the police and escape was fun again, with a unique angle and dumb storyline, I think that's all they need. They need to have fun. I feel like the stuff with like the graffiti lines coming out of the vehicles like a cartoon is trying way too hard to be. They made it yeah, I know they need Most Wanted like a few times, but they were sort of not the same. Chat, it's slow because it's single-threaded. It is single-threaded, yep. I feel like Need for Speed can't get out of its own way. They're not making Burnout anymore, so I hate them! Understandable. I think that's fair. Burnout 2, the only game you ever need to play again. One does not simply reload SimCity 4. Yeah, this loading is not doing anything for my ADD right now. I feel my body trying to shut itself down. How did people make maps in 2003? It would have taken hours. Yeah, it's loading every individual tile one at a time. Basically. Time is subjective. Not false. Did it take this long the first time? Probably. I'm gonna laugh when we did all this for no reason. I don't think I even explained why I'm doing this. Like, what I'm attempting to do as it finally loads in here is I was gonna, like, try and import I was gonna try and input. Dude, we didn't. Where's the other city? New city, new city, new city. Okay, so okay, that didn't work at all. Chat, I'm sorry for wasting your time, but yeah, it's still medium difficulty. I thought when you import a city, maybe you could change the difficulty again. But alas, you cannot. Oops. Medium zone. Yeah, I've been medium zoned because here's the thing. I don't want to reset from scratch just to play on hard mode. And I don't want to pretend like these cities don't exist and just start another new city on hard, because that's the same thing as just starting an entirely new region and then doing it on hard. But I also feel a bit aimless right now. Like, I don't know. I know what to work for now, which is the easiest thing is just work for a higher population density so you can try and achieve skyscrapers. That's kind of the whole point. Is just make everything and make it large. which is fair. It's understandable. And I'm very, very familiar with games in which you set your own goals, and I'm very good at those games. The reason I find SimCity more challenging for some reason is because I feel like I don't have access to the information that I need to know. I.e., I had to look up under what circumstances does population density affect zoning for density. Like, there's a lot of information that if I had it all at my fingertips and I knew what the answers were off the top of my head, I could set my own goals, but not knowing the parameters by which the game is designed. Oh, dude, when it imported the city, did it removed it from the old one? Oh no, hold on. Bring it back! It's been ripped from time. Alright, it's back. But yeah, I think the easiest way to describe it is I'm overwhelmed by the quantity of information that I'm not sure how much of it is or isn't relevant at any given moment. Thanos snapped that region and then brought it back. So, I think what I'm trying to say is I'm just gonna call the stream early today. I just feel, and it's not the game. I've just felt kinda, I just feel, you know? I need a day off. I'm gonna take a day off tomorrow. At least one. At this, like, I don't want to continue this because I don't want to. I didn't know I was playing on Babby mode, so I think I'm just disappointed that I'm not. I feel like I need to watch some tutorials. Because I don't know what to do in SimCity 4. Because I don't know how to make things... Like, you can play this for a bunch of reasons. You can play this to make an area look very pretty. You can play it to try and achieve certain population goals. You can do it to try and link multiple regions together and have different regions fulfill the needs of the neighboring regions. But I don't know how to make things look pretty. Because I think it'd be much easier with some mods, because chat's been mentioning that there's a lot of really good SimCity 4 mods that do things like let you make better diagonal roads. And have a bunch of other details. Is 2013 playable? 2013 is playable. I feel like I would enjoy going back and playing SimCity 2013 to find out how much better or probably worse it is than in my nostalgia memories. I think the thing that differentiates me from a lot of SimCity 4 players is map size or lack thereof doesn't really bother me. Because I think that the... Why? Why doesn't it bother me? Because I think, different size maps, it's kind of like in Roller Coaster Tycoon, how if you have a small map, then it presents its own challenge of building within your means and making every piece of the tile count. And that when I'm given a large map, okay, like let's take a map that's like this size or even larger than this. Right? If you give me a map that is this size and you have a lot of space here, right? And you can go even larger than this if you want. But when I have a map this size, I'm of two minds. There's the one mind is, okay, this area is big enough, it should be completely self-sufficient. And I do like a residential district, and I do like a downtown area, and maybe another small outskirts residential in a few different areas with some shopping, and we have trash collected over here, and we have water pumped over here, and everything will be self-sufficient, self-sustaining, which is counterintuitive to what SimCity 4 in 2013 by extension are about. It's about interconnectivity between regions. So when I'm given a giant area, because I'm like, well, I need to be interconnected between neighboring regions, then the problem becomes, well, I can just offload all of my trash over there, and I can make my power over there. And you can, like, I can make power over here and run a deficit, but the deficit will never be realized because it doesn't exist while it's not loaded in. So I can produce a bunch of megawatts over here, but as long as I never load back into that map, then that never affects me. So you might say, well, then just don't do that. Don't play like that. And that's totally fair. And that's what I do. But what that means is I'm going to end up trying to play where everything is taken care of on the same map tile. And if I try to take care of everything on the same map tile, I'm sort of playing counterintuitively to the way the game is designed to be played, which is using regions and interconnectivity. So I think I find myself confused and on the fence as to like how to play the game at like a meta level. Does that make sense? That doesn't mean that I don't like it. I'm just, like, I love looking at it. I enjoy it visually very much. And I think the accidents are hilarious. I want to get to the point of, like, mass transit and mass transportation. And I think that it is incredibly technologically ahead of its time, considering when it released. It's like having two RimWorld colonies at once. Yeah. And I love the way that, like, I love the way that it fills in. Like, I know there's a lot of repeat buildings, but it just looks so visually appealing and dynamic. But maybe, I think the way that I would enjoy playing SimCity 4 is forget it. Like, if I could just download some mods, maybe, and then just eschew, is that the right word? Eschew the region map entirely, and just make one Omega city. You know? Like, forget about having tiny little region spots, and maybe just one even larger than this, and then try to make my self-contained city that has power, industry, residential, garbage, and try and do it all on one super tile. But that's the best way I can describe, because I think I like to challenge myself in sandbox games, but I would have to. I feel like limiting myself to one tile goes against the spirit of the game, but is the only way to play that I would jive with. Because if I can just move to any other tile at any other time, then I'll technically never have any obstacles to overcome in the sandbox. And there's nothing wrong with just building for building's sake. You know, you can just build stuff because you want it to look a very particular way, and you want to soak it in. We've been doing that a bit in Roller Coaster Tycoon. Like when we were playing that, I was sort of just like, okay, well, we've made it profitable. We make money now. Let's just make a fun-looking park, and that's cool too. Mod the crap out of it. But I kind of want to like try SimCity 2013 again and just look at it and be like, do it just one stream on it and be like, okay, here's the game that's so controversial. Let's play it again with a fresh mind and see what's up. Yeah, I think that's the other thing is I would enjoy playing this on hard mode, and I already started on medium, and I just don't feel like starting over again, because that's what we did last time we would stream SimCity 4. Is it took me like a couple hours for the tutorial, then a couple hours to figure out some other things, and then we just started over with only 2 hours to go for the new area. I don't want to do that again where we're 5 hours into the stream. I don't want to restart. I don't know how to say that differently. So that's why I'm just gonna go vibe. Goodbye, Rabid Pickles. Just in time for the end of stream. I really enjoyed looking at the SimCity 4 as like a historical monument. You know, it's a really, really amazing technological achievement. I'm not sure how I should derive fun from it, though. I don't know how to say that in the least offensive way possible. Because I don't mean it to be, I'm not trying to, like, start any shit, you know? Like, I'm just... I don't know how to derive fun. I'm trying to figure out, like somebody just gave me a food I've never eaten before, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to use fork and knife. Do you just go in with your hands, take a bite out of it? You know, like I don't know how to like make it. It's a sandbox game, and I need to figure out how to play it in a way that goes with my weird personality. I feel like SimCity 4 is for people that want to build big cities, in contrast to City Skylines, which is for people that want to manage a small city. City Skylines has a little bit more A to B to C to D gameplay, where unfortunately the alphabet stops at the letter D as far as management goes, and you just do A, B, C, D again, and then you do A, B, C, D again, then you do A, B, C, D again. You start with a road, then you make a power line, then you make a water line, then you make a sewage line, and then you do it again. And then you do it 50 more times. I go back to this game every year. I mean, it's a great game. I ain't talking any shit about SimCity 4. I think I just need to like learn more about it and find some mods and figure out like a playstyle that suits me. But anyways, I don't know what we're gonna do this weekend because we're gonna stream at least once this weekend. It's not gonna be another 3-day weekend, so there'll at least be Friday off. Graveyard Keeper would be fun. That's a possibility. Don't be surprised if you randomly see SimCity 2013. I'm again not trying to piss off the SimCity 4 enjoyers. I just need to play. I think SimCity 4 is I just want to see, you know. I just want to see because I liked 2013 when it came out. Okay, and it's fine if you don't, but I liked it. I can't explain. I just want to see if it sucks now. I actually have played Cities in Motion, so I have played that. I think my perfect city simulator does have like multiple cities that do work together in tandem, but have some level of off-map simulation. I think, and again, this is not a slight against SimCity 4, okay? 2003, I know, but I'm talking about like City Skylines. If City Skylines 2 has disappearing cars and traffic, I'm gonna be slightly upset. I want like to see, I think seeing the traffic stay there semi-permanently and like having to fix it is one of the things I enjoy doing most in the city builder genre. I like building roads and them being like, oh damn, that was an awful design. I need to fix this, or the feeling of letting the traffic, like letting the pressure off because this one street is congested all the way back there and you make one side road as a detour and then suddenly the traffic starts flowing and it's like, ah, that feels good. Anno 1800 does different regions working in tandem really well. I haven't played Anno 1800. I don't know if I want to manage resources right now, though I thought about playing that at some point in the future. Is 13 the most recently made one? Well, unless EA decides to remake SimCity without maxes, 2013 is the last SimCity that will be made. But yeah, I might just mess around a little bit more with SimCity 4 in my free time and try to find like an objective that I can sort of work towards, and then we can bring it back with like a fresh start with that in mind at some point in the near future. I just need to find stuff to do that. Like, I basically, if I restart, I'm worried that it's going to turn into 4 hours of me zoning agriculture again. Which is fine. It's fine to do once. But it's just like, I have infinite agriculture demand. Okay. Like in my mind, I was like, I'm just going to keep going until the demand goes down, and then it doesn't go down. And then that might be because I'm playing on medium difficulties. So I'm just like, well, I don't know. I'll just zone 50 miles of residential until that meter goes away. Like I think I was playing to the RCI indicator, and that's not necessarily how it works in SimCity 4, and I have no idea how taxes work, and I think it's just a factor of me not playing on hard mode. Tomato time has lasted 5 hours. Oh, we still have some good talks today and some good chats. Still enjoyed hanging out with you guys. But yeah, we did like 8.5 hours yesterday finishing up a game, and I just felt head tired today after the last few days. So I will see you guys again either Saturday or Sunday. Just check back, and we'll either play Graveyard Keeper, or we'll play something else that is new-ish. I think I'm in the mood for like people moving simulation, and maybe once I get the new stream PC, we can try like Transport Fever or something like that. I think that's what I'm craving, is like just people mover simulator. Sweet Transit? I heard Sweet Transit was kind of eh. What about one of the Tropicos? I don't really like Tropico. So, okay, so unlike where SimCity 4 is like, I respect it, I just don't really like Tropico. Because Tropico has like, okay, if Tropico were just sort of a create the city and manage it, cool. I hate all the dumb little quests that waste your time. And I fear that I would feel the same way about Anno if I was playing the campaign, because it's a bunch of like, here's a bunch of like little side quests. Like, there's like a combat system in Tropico that I felt like was sort of tacked on. And the rebels and the... Like, we played 6.7 hours of Tropico 6. And I fell off hard. That was a stream. Linear side quests. I guess linear side quest is the right way to put it. Anyway, I'm gonna stop rambling now, chat. And we'll see you guys again in a couple days. I did enjoy at least like checking out SimCity 4. I love the tutorial. Love being able to build massive sprawling cities. I gotta go back to the drawing board a little bit. I can definitely see all the parts that inspired City Skylines. And that's cool too. But, oh dude, I didn't disaster my city. I didn't even disaster my city. Huge mistake. We've already streamed Worldbox God Simulator, but I don't know why you would get that from People Moving Transport Simulator. I'm in the mood to, like, build trains, buses, and not subways. Why can't games make subway building interesting? I don't want to drag 3 lines together, City Skylines. I want to make, like, a proper network. with signposting and switches and levers and directional holds. The search, honestly, city builders in general, I've been having a hard time with, I think, since, I don't know when the last one I played was. The ones I gravitate toward now, I feel like have a lot more baked-in objectives and less sandbox, for whatever reason. Like, like, Farthest Frontier is the last one, I think. That was similar to Banished, but Farthest Frontier was really, really fun. Not even close to the same type of game as City Skylines or SimCity. And I haven't played Against the Storm yet, so that's on the to-do list as well. Maybe we'll play some Against the Storm soon, and I'll give it a try. All right, chat, I'll catch you later. Have a good Friday, and I'll see you for the next one. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Thanks for listening to my rambling. Sorry we didn't wring a little bit more out of this. But I still had fun, had a good stream, and enjoyed chatting with you. So I am not disappointed in the least. But I hope you had fun too. Thanks for hanging. I'll catch you next time. Good night. See you soon. Come back in a couple days. Re-energized.